It was all over. The end was nigh. From the perspective of people on the ground, an enormous mass filled the sky, blotting out the sunlight. Around the world, people caught only glimpses, horrifying fragments of a much larger whole. A jagged tooth, larger than any mountain, tentacles writhing, shifting, each one wider than entire cities. The view from space was no less terrifying. Spied by a Foundation probe, the enormous creature bigger than the Earth itself emerged into existence. SCP-2440, the Sealed King, was free. He'd been awaiting this day for millennia, gradually infecting the minds of human beings throughout the ages. The only hindrance was the tireless work of the SCP Foundation. They had to carefully control the spread of any information about SCP-2440 in order to stop his return. And yet, they'd failed. Suddenly, something ripped across the sky, a tail of fire arcing out behind it as it flew upwards towards the colossal monstrosity emerging out in space. It looked like a bright, burning fireball to all the onlookers cowering in the streets below. It was dwarfed in scale by the enormity of the Sealed King, only appearing to get smaller and smaller by comparison the further it flew. This wasn't a missile, nor a conventional weapon of any kind. It was humanity's last hope, a guardian angel. SCP-001 streaked through the air, burning brighter than ever before, its flaming sword poised ready to strike as it homed in on its target. It parted clouds as it climbed higher, the usual cold of moisture in the upper atmosphere turning to steam seconds before the Gate Guardian even passed by. The heat of its flames needed to be hot enough to kill SCP-2440, putting enough power behind its strike to fell one of the few creatures that could withstand the Guardian's burning blade. There would only be one shot at this. Mimetic infections had been spreading like wildfire. Whenever the SCP Foundation encountered information about SCP-2440, just as they had managed to suppress it, a new case would pop up somewhere else. Underground cults were uncovered preaching the so-called benevolence of Ziltla on one side of the world. Just as Foundation teams moved in, dosing members with amnestics to erase all memory of the Sealed King's false promises, a new threat would emerge. This time it wasn't a temple or a gathering, it was a forum, created anonymously on the deep web halfway across the globe, filled with cryptic discussions and coded rituals, each post aimed at one goal, bringing about the return of SCP-2440. There was only one explanation. There had to have been some kind of leak within the Foundation, and it needed to be plugged. One of the agents worked on containing information about SCP-2440 before it created a potential problem. Meanwhile, another unit was tasked to come up with a solution in the event the spread of hazardous knowledge could not be contained. SCP-2440 was a mimetic parasite, only capable of manifesting if enough people became aware of his existence. The more people learned about him, the stronger he became. And in the event that the Sealed King was able to fully manifest in reality, then it would cause an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. In order to protect against that outcome, the Foundation needed to better understand SCP-2440. They could control the spread of information about him within their own organization through the administering of amnestics. But if they weren't able to stop the Sealed King from manifesting, then they needed a way to fight him. They knew he was considered to be one of the old gods. This was a group of mostly malevolent entities from the beginning of creation, who disregarded all forms of life and were responsible for some of the numerous anomalies the Foundation had encountered and contained over the years. And it was exactly these anomalies that the Foundation would be looking to for help now. The Gate Guardian departed the Earth, breaking through the outer atmosphere, the airless vacuum of space unable to stop its fiery body and weapon from burning. Though it was moving far faster than any human could perceive, these nanoseconds were the longest it had ever left its post for, leaving the gate with no one to defend it, but it was necessary. An attack on reality would threaten the safety of the paradise that lay beyond the gate. SCP-001 was sworn to protect that plane, no matter the cost. As it flew through the stars, shapes clawed out of the dark, parting the fabric between reality and non-existence, allowing SCP-2440 to arrive. But the Gate Guardian didn't fly straight for the Sealed King. Instead, it traveled over 90 million miles from Earth, heading right towards the burning ball of gases that lit the side of the tiny blue planet facing it. Even at its colossal height, the Gate Guardian was so small when compared to the enormity of the sun. Sensing the looming form of the Sealed King moving towards the Earth, SCP-001 raised its flaming sword, its blade pointed towards the surface of the sun. Searing flames were pulled into the weapon, absorbed and added to its already formidable fire. The sword was often said to rival the burning of the sun itself, though never caused any damage to the area surrounding it, unless SCP-001 wielded it in a retaliatory attack. But being as hot as the sun wouldn't be enough to drive the Sealed King back. The Gate Guardian needed its sword to be hot enough to erase SCP-2440 from existence. The investigation into the leaking of information about the Sealed King had gone worse than anyone could have foreseen. An entire cult of people infected by knowledge of Zyotla managed to spread the word to almost 1,500 people, enough for many of them to begin hearing SCP-2440's commands in their minds. The entity had convinced its new followers that it was the only true loving God, that humanity and all creatures beneath him would bask in the adoration of the Sealed King if he was able to return. The Foundation knew the truth, though. SCP-2440 had manifested once before, and his disregard for human life was apparent when he tried to destroy the world. Agents were trying to gather up as many of the cultists as they could and convince them of the truth, but many wouldn't listen. Those that did refused to believe what they thought were the words of false prophets. Others ran from the Foundation, spreading the word to anyone and everyone that they saw. It didn't matter if people believed or even if they devoted themselves to Zyotla. Just making them know about him was enough. And if that wasn't enough to contend with, the rest of the Foundation had difficulty finding a suitable protector in the event that SCP-2440 arrived. They had realized quickly, as more information about him spread, that the Sealed King would be getting more powerful. This meant that any anomaly they enlisted to help could potentially fall under SCP-2440's control, if the Foundation told them what they were up against. SCP-343 was offered the job, but he declined, saying that he couldn't be bothered to get involved. It was about time humanity looked after itself instead of calling on him all the time. SCP-682 could never be reasoned with, and while it hated all forms of life, it would probably welcome the destruction of humanity. The Foundation needed someone pure, incorruptible, and most of all, someone they could convince to be on their side, an anomaly whose goals would require the world to stay intact. Then someone suggested SCP-001. It made sense. The Gate Guardian existed to protect the entrance to paradise, and had wrought massive amounts of destruction to anyone that had attempted to attack it. The problem was, the Foundation couldn't just wait for Zyotla to arrive and launch a strike at the Guardian. Too many would die before then, unless they could convince SCP-001 that the attack had already happened. In a bold move, the O5 Council cleared the Foundation to release all information about SCP-2440 among themselves and the public. TV channels, news websites, social media platforms were flooded with information about the Sealed King. Their goal was to infect between 100,000 to 1 million people with the memetic information to intentionally cause SCP-2440 to manifest. Sure enough, it worked, and Zyotla began to emerge. But while they'd be bringing about his arrival, the Foundation were ready to roll out the welcome wagon. They'd approached the Gate Guardian, presenting it with a single word, the same command that it had spoken to a lone physicist many years ago. Prepare. And just as they'd hoped, SCP-001 interpreted the information about SCP-2440 becoming known as a preemptive attack, and one that threatened its mission. The Guardian had no choice but to fight back, soaring up from its post to meet the Sealed King as he arrived. Fire pulled directly from the sun, SCP-001 shot across space, moving so fast it could barely be seen by the advanced telescopes aboard the Foundation's satellites. Though SCP-2440 wasn't bound by the same rules as mortals, reality could be anything he wanted it to, and as soon as he arrived, he allowed himself to move as fast as the Guardian. But he couldn't prepare for the first sword strike. The searing heat burned as SCP-2440 tried to block the oncoming attack, the molecules of his physical form burning so hot that they disintegrated entirely on contact. He evaded each swing, trying to move space and alter the flow of time around them both to prepare the Gate Guardian from landing another attack. Even then, he was barely evading. SCP-001 was still just as fast as ever. The Gate Guardian's sword was burning hot enough to cleave SCP-2440 out of existence itself, like cutting the mold from a piece of fruit. Each swing of the fiery blade landed with the searing scorch of a supernova. In several seconds, the Sealed King would be no more, not just driven out of this universe, but removed from existence entirely. With his defeat imminent, there was only one move left. The mold might be cut away, but it could still spread, invisible, yet ever present. With the last fading fragment of his power, SCP-2440 bent reality to his whims. It was so tiny, so seemingly inconsequential, that it managed to slip by SCP-001 and the SCP Foundation undetected. In an instant, the change was made, and Xiotla was pleased. He stopped trying to deflect the Gate Guardian's strikes, instead lowering his guard and opening himself up for the final blow. The Guardian's sword plunged into the heart of the Sealed King, causing him to erupt in a cosmic fireball that burst across the stars. From Earth, the force of the explosion caused huge tidal waves in the ocean, shattered windows in major cities, and a deafening crack louder than any thunderstorm in history was heard by every living person. Looking into the sky, even from the dark side of the Earth facing away from the sun, people saw something huge, a raging inferno high above them, like a second sun had been ignited. But the Foundation started receiving alerts from their deep space probes. The heat from the resultant explosion was heading towards Earth. The readings were astronomically high, and panic set in. The end of the world scenario had not been averted. It had just changed. In moments, it would incinerate the planet, burning the atmosphere away and boiling the oceans, after it immolated every animal, every plant, every building, and every last human being. There was nothing anyone could do to stop the shockwave of fire rippling across space. Nothing any mortal could do, at least. As the Foundation and the world watched the oncoming wall of flames, it suddenly receded, as if being pulled back faster than it was approaching. The fire was sucked away in a giant vortex. SCP-001's sword was being held aloft, the supernova it had created being drawn back into the blade, absorbed into the Guardian's weapon, until the flames were gone. They were now part of the anomalous entity. In the blink of an eye, SCP-001 had vanished from out in space. Having returned to its post, it resumed its watch, as vigilant as ever in protecting the entryway to paradise. It had no idea it had failed in its mission, though. The change the Sealed King made would stay small and undetected, but it set in, the mold taking root in reality. His godlike powers had never really been his true strength. The real power had always been his influence over the minds of mortals. As long as some scrap of information about him survived, SCP-2440 would live on, and possibly even return to reality again one day, this time to subjugate it once and for all. Before the Gate Guardian had landed the killing strike, the Sealed King had managed to hide details about himself in the minds of a few mortals. Not all of them understood. Many didn't even know they'd been chosen. But some did, realizing what they had to do. They labored in the dark. Those who'd received the slivers of knowledge about Xiotla began to believe it. What had once seemed like fiction to them began to feel like it had happened for real. The Foundation and the Gate Guardian had struck the Sealed King down, and his new believers sought to restore him. Maybe they started to tell the story of SCP-2440's confrontation with SCP-001. If enough people heard it, learned about the Sealed King, then he could rise again. Maybe some of them even turn it into a YouTube video. If you've ever read the book of Genesis, which is the part of the Old Testament that details God creating the world and humanity during a particularly busy week, then you might just be already familiar with SCP-001, or at least one of the anomalies that's been proposed for the title of SCP-001. Because of course, SCP-001 doesn't refer to a single creature, object, or entity, but rather a collection of various anomalies contained by the SCP Foundation. Anomalies sharing the name SCP-001 include the infamous Scarlet King, a powerful eldritch being intent on ending all of creation that is thought by Foundation researchers to be one of the most dangerous beings in this and any other universe. But the Scarlet King isn't the only incredibly powerful being categorized as SCP-001. In fact, there are plenty of other anomalies with similar levels of destructive power. And one such being is a creature codenamed the Gate Guardian. Standing at well over 1,000 feet tall, the Gate Guardian is impossible to be fully contained by any means that the Foundation possesses. The anomaly itself, despite its colossal size, is humanoid in its shape, sporting wings that protrude from its back. While it usually has 4 of these, SCP-001 has historically been seen to have any number of wings between 2 and 108, sprouting from various places over its body, including its shoulders, ankles, wrists, and even its temples. This gigantic guardian also carries its own weapon, referred to as SCP-001-2. This weapon resembles an enormous knife or sword, capable of emitting plumes of flame. According to tests conducted by the Foundation, the temperature of the flames produced by SCP-001 rival that of our very own Sun. For reference, the Sun has a core temperature of over 27 million degrees Fahrenheit and 5,778 Kelvin at its surface, or almost 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You would expect a flaming sword that burns hotter than the sun to cause a considerable amount of damage, even if it wasn't in use, but the flames emitted by the weapon leave no lasting damage on the surrounding environment. It is capable, though, of annihilating anything that strays too close to SCP-001, burning them so intensely that their atoms literally separate, breaking potential attackers apart on a molecular level. Much as its codename suggests, the Gate Guardian stands solemnly at the threshold of some form of dimensional gateway, which is equally tall as SCP-001 itself. Behind the Guardian is a lush grove, abundant with fruit trees of astronomical size, as well as other beings that share a similar appearance to SCP-001. This grove is thought to be the Garden of Eden, the paradise that God created and that was inhabited by Adam and Eve, the first 2 humans in existence, according to the book of Genesis. As the tale goes, the pair were created by God himself and permitted to live in the Garden of Eden as long as they followed a single rule. Adam and Eve were instructed not to eat any of the fruit that grew from certain trees that God had specified. Within view just behind the Gate Guardian are 2 immense trees, one bearing apples and the other bearing different fruit of an unknown type. The one that looks like an apple tree is believed, even by some in the Foundation, to be the biblical tree of knowledge that Eve was convinced to pick a fateful apple from after an encounter with a snake. The other, the one with unidentifiable fruit, is thought to be the tree of life. However, this is all speculation, since it is currently impossible to venture through this gateway and verify if the realm beyond is truly the Bible's own Garden of Eden. This is largely because anything that breaches a kilometer-wide radius of SCP-001 is instantly vaporized. The Gate Guardian attacks with imperceptible speed, using its flaming sword to smite any person that gets too close. The Guardian actually moves so fast that it can hardly be seen with the naked eye. It appears to always remain in its solemn, dutiful stance with its weapon drawn and head bowed, only shifting for a fraction of a nanosecond to attack. Ranged attacks against the Guardian are just as ineffective, with all projectiles fired at SCP-001 reduced to atoms before they can do any harm. Even if said projectile happens to be a nuclear weapon, the Gate Guardian will be able to subatomically vaporize both the projectile itself as well as the person who sent it, regardless of how far away they are, all while not appearing to lift a finger. During an experiment involving SCP-001 on December 26, 2004, an SCP Foundation nuclear submarine called Nautilus launched a series of multi-warhead intercontinental ballistic missiles at the Gate Guardian. The retaliation from the Guardian resulted not only in the deaths of approximately 35,000 innocent civilians, but the blast is also believed by some to have inadvertently caused the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami. The severity of this incident came dangerously close to revealing the Foundation's existence to the world, resulting in them rapidly deploying any means necessary to erase any trace of the 35,000 victims' families, friends, and other related individuals. In order to avoid questioning, the SCP Foundation administered amnestics on an almost worldwide scale, and the O5 Council banned any further tests on SCP-001 that involved nuclear weapons. In what was hoped by the Foundation to be a test with lower stakes, they sent an expendable D-Class personnel towards SCP-001. The D-Class approached the area where the Gate Guardian is located, and as soon as they saw it, they could hear a very clear command in their mind: leave. The D-Class personnel reacted exactly the same way you or I would. They promptly turned and started to walk away. They didn't need a 1,000-foot-tall entity with a flaming sword to tell them twice. The researchers running the experiment were not swayed by the request and ordered the D-Class to continue moving towards SCP-001. When the D-Class continued to ignore their commands, they were terminated, as is standard policy when dealing with an insubordinate member of D-Class. SCP-001 appeared not to like this for some reason though, and the researcher site as well as the researchers themselves were immediately obliterated by an unknown force, though it's a pretty safe guess that a certain flaming weapon was responsible. This candidate for SCP-001 may be one of, if not the most powerful being that the SCP Foundation has ever encountered, and according to its entry in the SCP-001 file, the Guardian is even responsible for the creation of the Foundation itself. If the file is to be believed, the administrator of the SCP Foundation one day heard a word echoing through his head: prepare. This one-word instruction led him to starting the SCP Foundation, containing countless dangerous anomalies and entities in preparation for an uncertain future. In all that time, since the very beginning of the Foundation, the Gate Guardian has remained standing at its post. While it is not aggressive nor openly hostile towards humanity, the Gate Guardian doesn't seem to care much for us either, at least as individuals. It rarely interacts with human beings when left unprovoked, and venturing too close to the Guardian, however, is not an automatic death sentence. The Guardian first communicates with any living being approaching it via a telepathic message, instructing them to either leave or forget. If whomever has stepped too close to SCP-001 complies with the instructions, they'll be able to freely leave the area, while simultaneously forgetting every detail of the Gate Guardian's existence. Ignore these warnings though, and SCP-001 has no qualms about completely eliminating you from reality. Given its enormous destructive potential, it is no wonder that the Foundation has tried to use the Gate Guardian to eliminate other dangerous SCPs, each with varying results. The Foundation at one time even attempted to use the Gate Guardian to destroy the infamously indestructible SCP-682, better known by the appropriate name of the hard-to-destroy reptile. Due to the malicious contempt SCP-682 holds for human beings and all other forms of life, it is perhaps one of the most dangerous anomalies the SCP Foundation has in containment. SCP-682 is also one of the few creatures the Foundation actively wants to terminate, a task made that much harder given that 682 can regenerate its entire form from as little as a single cell. The Gate Guardian had already shown time and time again that it was capable of massive destruction, and researchers working for the Foundation hoped to harness that power to rid the world of SCP-682 for good. 682 was placed on an unmanned vehicle and carried to within 1 kilometer of the Gate Guardian. The Guardian attacked the vehicle, seriously wounding but not killing 682. It seemed even the mighty SCP-001 couldn't kill the hard-to-destroy reptile. While the researchers were disappointed with this result, it is worth noting that 682 made a very interesting comment to the Guardian. 682 mentioned that the Gate Guardian is not Uriel, but a pretender. Uriel is the archangel that some religious texts describe as the Guardian standing at the Gate of Eden with a fiery sword. So does this mean that 682 knows that the Gate Guardian is not actually an angel? Or that the location it is guarding isn't the Garden of Eden at all? Any truth or meaning behind these comments has, as of yet, been undetermined by the SCP Foundation. A later experiment involved both SCP-001 and SCP-073. the anomaly otherwise known as Cain. Cain is a male humanoid of possible Arabic descent whose arms, legs, spine, and shoulders are replaced in an almost cyborg-like fashion with beryllium bronze. Much like the Gate Guardian, SCP-073 may also be the same as the one mentioned in the Bible's book of Genesis, who, according to the biblical story, murdered his own brother Abel out of spite. As punishment for his actions, Cain was cursed to eternally suffer for his wrongdoing. In the case of SCP-073, any damage inflicted on him is deflected back to the attacker, but Cain is made to feel the pain of the attack. Any plants or plant-based matter withers and rots in his presence, and he is cursed with a perfect memory, keeping him forever haunted by his murder of Abel. When Cain was brought before the Gate Guardian, an unknown incident occurred. The Foundation's records are heavily expunged, but we do know that somehow Cain's usual ability to deflect incoming damage back at his attacker had no effect on SCP-001. The encounter left SCP-073 unconscious and even permanently blinded nearby research personnel. It was as a direct result of this incident that the O5 Council demanded that no further experiments of any kind were to be conducted on SCP-001, with the administrator even filing an executive order that no SCPs be exposed to the Guardian, and that SCP-001 was to never be used for the attempted termination of other SCPs. Of course, perhaps it wasn't just the mistakes of the past that made the Council decide that SCP-001 was best left alone. At some point, an erratic transmission was received from Site-0 by Foundation personnel, detailing an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. In the transmission, the sender, believed to be another member of the SCP Foundation, described an event during which the Gate Guardian finally left its post, stepping away from the entrance to the Garden of Eden. SCP-001 has left its location, the sender wrote. The gate is open. They are riding forth. Oh God, it's so beautiful. The transmission then goes on to repeat various phrases including, "The Lord shall reign forever," and "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." What can be inferred from the rambling transmission is that the event being described is the end of the world. Some believe that once God deems it time, his angelic armies will lay waste to the earth in order to remake it as a paradise. When this occurs, SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, will open the gate he stands in front of, allowing the other beings like it to emerge into our world, ready to cleanse it. Perhaps most interesting is the source of the message. The transmission was received from within the Foundation from Site-0. However, when questioned by personnel, O5-14 told them that no such message had been sent or even existed. While some disregarded the transmission telling of the end of the world as a hoax, it was then that a timestamp was discovered. This warning had not been sent from Site-0, at least not yet, and was dated several years in the future. Despite this ominous warning of things to come, the Gate Guardian remains inactive, standing at the threshold to Eden, waiting. It's been said that knowledge is power, and when it comes to SCP-2440, that might really be the case. Like many of the anomalies and entities that have been kept on file by the SCP Foundation, SCP-2440, the being known as the Sealed King, is a malicious creature of untold, devastating power. The keyword there is untold, and we mean it in the most literal sense. You cannot know about SCP-2440. It must remain untold. Unless, of course, you have at least level 4 clearance. You do have the right level of clearance, don't you? We really would have to hate to break up the amnestics and wipe your memory at the end of this video. Assuming that you do have adequate clearance, then it is time to introduce you to SCP-2440, known to some as the Sealed King or Ziotla to its friends, if it had any friends, that is. If you are familiar with the likes of the infamous Hanged King, or the even more infamous Scarlet King, then you will have heard the term Eldritch Being thrown around before. An Eldritch abomination is an almost godlike entity, one which does not adhere to the natural laws of the universe as we understand them. Their disturbing otherworldliness is almost indescribable to any mortal person. It is a description that can be easily used to define SCP-2440, along with the words Keter-class anomaly and existentially terrifying. The Sealed King is an extra-dimensional entity, a being that inhabits a plane of existence far outside the physical reality of our own universe. While the creature's physical appearance has yet to be observed by any in this dimension, some have depicted it as resembling a gigantic being with a mass of squid-like tentacles, along with a glowing humanoid form in its center. What makes SCP-2440 such a formidable threat, however, is not just the creature's immense size. One of SCP-2440's core abilities is the power to influence and manipulate the minds of mortal beings. But this isn't as simple as the Sealed King choosing one person from our universe and driving them like a remote-controlled car. SCP-2440's influence is spread mimetically. By manipulating data and information, SCP-2440 slips its mimetic agents into texts, images, even spoken phrases, and other audio stimuli. Think of it like subliminal messaging or product placement. Imagine for a moment that you see a character on a TV show eating a certain brand of black and white sandwich cookie, and that makes you decide that you want to go to the store and buy some delicious black and white sandwich cookies to enjoy for yourself. That idea was planted in your head by something you saw, and it had an influence on your behavior. SCP-2440 operates on a very similar principle, but with one key difference. Once enough people become aware of it, SCP-2440 will use those to subtly spread its influence, controlling the actions of those it manages to infect, and its hold becomes stronger the further they spread the knowledge of the Sealed King. To put it plainly, the more people that become aware of the Sealed King's existence, the more powerful this eldritch abomination becomes. The range and scope of SCP-2440's abilities varies depending on the quantity of people its influence has been mimetically spread to. According to research by the SCP Foundation, if 200 people or less have been infected, then these individuals will demonstrate an increased interest in media belonging to the horror, science fiction, or fantasy genres, whether this be films, books, or images that fall into one of these categories. Exposure to these desired materials is believed to increase the spread of the Sealed King's influence. If the number of infected individuals climbs to between 201 and 500 people, then SCP-2440 has been known to take direct control of a single infected person. This control is somewhat limited though, with the Sealed King only able to maintain a connection with the controlled host for half an hour. During this time, the infected person will attempt to infect further people by creating works that contain subtle details about the nature of SCP-2440. Historically, when infection levels have reached this phase, Foundation researchers have been able to communicate with SCP-2440 through conversations with its host. The creature displays a very hostile attitude towards humanity, and it has been quite open with the fact that its sole purpose is to continue infecting individuals until it is able to manifest physically in our reality without the need for a host, something that feels like it's right out of the evil eldritch entity playbook. When infection of the knowledge spreads up to 1,500 people, SCP-2440 becomes able to take full control of another infected individual without the previous limitations. By making them fully subservient, it will then use this person to speak simultaneously to any and all that have been infected with information regarding the Sealed King. Next, if up to 10,000 people become infected, more of SCP-2440's abilities start to influence this dimension. The creature is known to be able to distort and reshape reality, though at this point SCP-2440 still needs to control a host. But even though its powers and abilities have increased, at this stage the creature shows no interest in actually using them, and its focus still remains on using its human host to spread its mimetic agents, furthering the infection. Once the number of people infected by SCP-2440 through subliminal mimetic information surpasses 10,000, the Sealed King is able to manifest its true form outside of a human host for a maximum time frame of 1 hour. This is the point of no return, as SCP-2440's reality-bending powers are dramatically increased. The methods that would have previously kept the creature at bay will cease to be effective, and it can take direct control of up to 1,000 of those it has infected. Normally, the SCP Foundation limits the number of people permitted to know about SCP-2440 to 100 cleared personnel. This is achieved through the use of amnestics. Given that SCP-2440 is a creature that grows stronger the more people know about it, these drugs certainly seem like a viable way of keeping that number nice and low. but once infection numbers reach 10,000, that's when amnestics are just no longer enough. Based on the information about the Sealed King that is available to them, SCP Foundation personnel had projected that if the number of people infected by SCP-2440 ever reached as high as 100,000 or more, the creature would likely be able to manifest outside a host for longer, possibly up to 2 hours. It is also believed that SCP-2440 would be capable of creating dimensional portals, either inviting anomalies from other universes into our own, or simply creating its own anomalous creatures. By this point, any and all infected individuals would be fully under the Sealed King's control. Finally, if 1 million people were to become infected, SCP-2440 would most likely achieve its ultimate goal. The eldritch creature would be able to fully and permanently manifest itself in our dimension, in its true form, most likely leading to an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Fortunately, through the dispensing of amnestics, the SCP Foundation have managed to prevent such a scenario from coming to pass. Additionally, containment teams are regularly sent to investigate any reported awareness of SCP-2440, and any infected individuals are either treated with memory-altering drugs or simply terminated. The entity has been known to spread its influence through text too, though, and even the documents within the SCP Foundation's archives aren't safe. The Foundation attempts to keep any links to the Sealed King within other SCP files hidden to avoid a spread of knowledge about this extra-dimensional eldritch abomination. However, while only 100 members of authorized SCP personnel are aware of SCP-2440, the Foundation isn't the only organization aware of this being's existence. A group calling themselves the Children of God is comprised of individuals previously infected with the knowledge of SCP-2440's existence, and has supposedly been around even longer than the Foundation has. These people worship the Sealed King as a deity, and seek to infect others with the same information that the creature uses to influence them. Carrying out the whims of this extra-dimensional threat, the Children of God attempt to spread the word, as it were, by any and all means available to them. The Foundation considers any member of the Children of God to be highly dangerous, and containment teams are advised to either capture them on site or use lethal force to terminate them. The Children of God were previously based in a compound somewhere in the United States, and during an assault on their base, the Foundation was able to recover documents that describe the possible origin of SCP-2440. According to these documents, at the very dawn of time, old gods emerged from the empty abyss of nothingness, otherwise referred to as Mother Void. This entity granted life across the universe, all other realities, and every conceivable dimension. However, the story detailed in the Children of God's legend claims that the old gods were fickle, twisted, and brutal things, with no purity in them. It seems to suggest that the old gods were similar entities to SCP-2440, capable of bending and reshaping reality, and apparently did so purely for their own amusement within the newly created universe. These old gods created creatures in their own image, toying with the fabric of reality like children with blocks, building and destroying at will. Before long, the old gods began to turn on each other, focusing their natural jealousy on their siblings that had been born of the Void. The firstborn of the Void and Chaos, a being called Metol, coveted the creations of his fellow old gods, and flooded the newly created worlds with a rampaging army of vile, grotesque beasts he had made. As Metol attempted to kill his various siblings, the other old gods retaliated and sent the universe into a period of darkness where the blood of young life flowed like water. However, none of the old gods could ever die, only be forgotten. But they had created so many creatures to serve them and fulfill their purposes that it seemed impossible that this would ever happen. The Children of God's documents then describe Xiotla, or SCP-2440 as he is otherwise known. Apparently the firstborn of Mother Void and an entity called Father Light, SCP-2440 is also referred to by many reverent titles such as Lord of the Gods, Devourer of the Impure, and Savior of Life. Being both born of light and darkness of the Void, Xiotla was considered to be a true god, and according to the creature's followers, did not set about creating life but perfecting it. The old gods turned on Xiotla, his half-siblings attacking him with the armies and monstrosities they had created. However, some of these creatures turned on their masters in service of SCP-2440 instead. After generations of warfare between SCP-2440 and the Old Gods, Xiotla finally vanquished Matol in single combat that lasted 10,000 years and laid waste to countless worlds, almost tearing the universe apart. Eventually prevailing, Xiotla cast his siblings down into oblivion. But as he did so, Matol cursed him, banishing SCP-2440 from the universe, implied in these documents to have been our very own reality. The Children of God venerate the creature as their Lord and Savior, with more of their documents claiming that this king of all mankind is wrongfully sealed away. They believe their sealed king is returning, destined to reappear in this dimension and lay waste to our reality. Whether this is truly the origin of SCP-2440, or just what the entity wishes its infected disciples to believe, is unclear. Whatever the case, we suggest you quickly forget everything you know about SCP-2440 for your own safety. The SCP Foundation's existence might be a frightening thing to some, but if you ask us, it's comforting. Of course, the existence of the Foundation implies the existence of all the mind-meltingly terrifying entities they combat on a daily basis. But doesn't it put your mind at least a little at ease to know somebody out there knows what's going on? After all, sometimes knowledge is the only light we have in the darkness. It is humanity's greatest strength, to know things and to act accordingly. From knowledge, we can understand our enemies and the threats they pose against us. From knowledge, we can build sturdier defenses. From knowledge, we can develop the means to finally effectively strike back. And nobody among the ranks of humanity has more knowledge than the SCP Foundation. So what happens when the knowledge of the SCP Foundation fails us? What happens when a concept eludes even them? A concept like, say, SCP-2317, an old wooden door that hides within a truly terrible secret, a secret known by many as the Devourer of Worlds, a beast every bit as powerful and unpleasant as that name suggests. The SCP Foundation performs a complex set of rituals every single day to keep him contained, and if the top brass of the Foundation is to be believed, then these rituals are effective. But I think we all know better than to believe everything we're told around here, don't we? The truth is, beyond the wooden door known as SCP-2317, there is a hellish desert world, underneath which the Devourer of Worlds awaits. He is kept in place, bound by ancient chains created by a race that has long since been lost to the history books. And while the Foundation tells its underlings that the rituals D-Class personnel perform here every day helps to keep these chains in place, this is little more than a placebo. The rituals only exist to make the Foundation feel like they're doing something to bide time, while they figure out an actual lasting solution. In reality, based on the Foundation's current knowledge, these chains could break any day now, and sadly, there's nothing they can do about it. This may seem like the worst possible truth to learn, but we can think of one even worse truth, that any day now is today. When the chain breaks, the ground begins to rumble worldwide, like an earthquake so great it might even split the planet in two. No conventional scientist anywhere in the world has any idea what's happening, but the SCP Foundation does. For the first time in recorded history, the entire O5 Council are quaking. It's Judgment Day, and their every sin is on an express trip back to get them. They put out a call to dispatch every single mobile task force worldwide to come to Site-19 and combat this new threat. But deep down, the council members silently worried that this would be about as effective as the sham rituals they claimed every day would protect them. Meanwhile, Site-19 exploded. Most of the Foundation personnel and anomalies stationed there perished in an instant, as a giant clawed hand rose out of the ground, grasping at the sunlight for the first time in millions of years since imprisonment. Its sheer size, hundreds of kilometers in height, displaces and destroys the land around it as it climbs free from the earth. The Devourer of Worlds is a monster of such magnitude that it dwarfs even the Foundation's mightiest weapons, but their mobile task forces fight valiantly, or perhaps foolishly nonetheless. The Foundation went in with its finest resources and weaponry, from advanced cruise missiles to classified laser projectile weapons that conventional militaries wouldn't be finding for another century, and all of it amounted to be the strength of getting a mid-rate birthday clown's cheap cream pie to the face. The thick, scaly hide of the beast somehow rejected everything they threw at it. Jets were scrambled, flying around the Devourer's gargantuan head and peppering its great eye with bullets, followed by heat-guided rockets. Nothing. The monster simply swatted them out of the air with its claws. Down below, ground forces mobilized en masse, from tanks to turrets, unleashing all kinds of hell onto the Devourer of Worlds from below. And still, what good did it do? The monster simply kept walking, killing thousands with every footfall. Its magnitude was simply unfathomable. Scranton reality anchors were placed at its feet in hopes of creating some kind of trap, but its ancient feet defied their force. Every mobile task force from Hammerdown to Samsara did what they could, and what they could do ultimately amounted to a fat lot of nothing. The rampage of the Devourer was undeterred. Within an hour, he would reach a population center, and then true hell would be unleashed upon the human race. But sometimes the only thing that could destroy something inhuman was something so much more than human. Over in the low-risk humanoid containment center of Site-17, SCP-343, perhaps better known as God, was watching all the horror unfold in his mind's eye. So the Devourer was finally free and wreaking havoc on the world that he put so much effort into creating. No, that simply would not do. How could he let such a vulgar creature taking billions of years of beauty, love, kindness, happiness, and natural majesty and turn it all into ash and dust? He would not stand for it. But God, while unimaginably powerful, is a philosopher, not a warrior. It would be not only beneath his celestial position, but dangerous for all life on Earth if he were to unleash the power required to destroy the Devourer himself. The armies of God are the greatest in heaven or earth, but he would need a champion to lead them. And while the operatives of the SCP Foundation fought and died bravely for the human race, SCP-343 blipped out of Site-17 and reappeared in the Middle East, where his champion would be waiting, guarding the gate to paradise. SCP-001, in this case known as the Gate Guardian. A huge, glowing humanoid with wings made of fire, and a sword hotter than the sun, capable of cleaving its enemies apart on the atomic level. Typically, any being who traveled within a kilometer of the Gate Guardian would receive this treatment, a strike so powerful that in the aftermath, not even dust would remain. But when SCP-343 appeared mere feet away from the mighty Gate Guardian, the Guardian fell to one knee and bowed its glowing head in holy reverence.
"Master,"
the Guardian said,
"you have returned to me at long last. I will do thy bidding. What must be done?"
"Uriel," God said gravely, "an enemy is at the gates, one more powerful than this world has ever known. Battle him while I gather the armies. Do whatever it takes. He must be stopped." The Gate Guardian Uriel rose to his feet, spreading his great wings of fire.
"It shall be done, my lord."
Uriel boomed, and faster than any human being could possibly perceive it, he had taken off into the sky, leaving the gate behind him unguarded for the first time in the memory of the human race. God sighed. It was time to finally open it. Back with the Devourer and the Mobile Task Force Army trying in vain to slow his advance. For the most part, the creature's hide was so thick, it was hard to even know if he noticed most of the puny humans firing on it. Some of the ones down below, driven half mad with fear, rage, and the crushing weight of futility, pulled out knives, swords, and bayonets and ran at the creature's feet, stabbing away even as their blades were blunted and destroyed. Of course, the Devourer of Worlds paid no mind to them. It had something else in its sights. A human city, a mere handful of steps away. Yes. So teeming with life, such delicious morsels. The Devourer would live up to his terrifying namesake and feast on them all. Yes, it would be delicious. As he crushed further thousands of Mobile Task Force soldiers below him just by walking, he could hardly wait. Down below, things had never seemed so hopeless. Was this how it ended? One impotent last stand as a hungry monster of inconceivable size bulldozed through life and civilization and left nothing, nobody, in its wake. Was this how the complicated but proud story of the human race would come to an end, down here in the worthless, blood-soaked mud? That's when something changed. The sky, once blotted out with the Devourer's shadow, was lit up by a brilliant white light, a light so dazzling, so holy and pure that it gave even the Devourer pause. The human beings down below wept with joy and numinous awe. It was him. It was SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, spreading his fiery wings and drawing his solar sword.
My master ordered me to destroy you.
His deafening psychic voice boomed.
And thus, you shall be destroyed. Prepare to meet your maker.
The Devourer immediately let out a world-shaking roar, so powerful that many of the humans down below felt their brains rattling and their ears literally beginning to bleed. The beast reached for Uriel with its huge clawed hand, moving at impossible speeds for a creature its size. Onlookers gasped in shock. Luckily, for as surprisingly fast as the Devourer of Worlds was, Uriel was faster. Like a flash of an exploding light bulb, the Guardian darted out of the Devourer's palm and cleaved a glowing gash into the monster's wrist with his solar sword. The creature growled, taken off guard. It was the first time in millions of years since it was attacked and bound by those impossible celestial armies that it had felt pain. What was this mysterious warrior of fire? All the Devourer knew was that if it wanted to turn the planet Earth into an all-you-can-eat buffet, it would need to do away with this glowing nuisance first.
Die!
The psychic voice of the Gate Guardian commanded as it flew in for another strike, this time cleaving into the beast's torso and leaving a long glowing scar. But he didn't stop there. The Gate Guardian had changed posture from a defensive territorial stance to an all-out offensive warpath, as commanded by his all-powerful master. Uriel was not arrogant. He could see that the beast he was battling was undeniably formidable, but he had slain formidable enemies before, and he would do so again now. Taking advantage of the comparative slowness and clunkiness of the Devourer, a natural side effect of its truly immense size, Uriel decided to stay mobile, flying around the Devourer like an electron orbiting the nucleus of an atom. At any moment that he, with his warrior's judgment, detected an opening, a weakness, he flew in and struck with extreme fury, leaving another glowing scar in the monster's thick scales that fizzled with the impossible heat of his sword. Each time, the beast gave a grunt or a growl in confused pain as it desperately flailed to try and grab the holy warrior. Meanwhile, the SCP Foundation had figured out what was happening and was reorienting its focus. While the Gate Guardian fought against and distracted the Devourer of Worlds, all surviving Foundation personnel, under the instruction of the O5 Council, converged on the nearest city to the Devourer. They would evacuate as many as they could, buying them more time to calculate some kind of meaningful counteroffensive to this XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. If this really could be humanity's last stand, they would go out swinging and leave their opponent with a black eye. While the evacuation efforts were underway, Uriel continued his relentless assault against the Devourer, carving scar after scar into the monster's body. He could not tell if he was leaving much lasting damage, but at the very least, he was getting the abomination's attention. After striking its body countless times, though, Uriel finally felt bold enough to go against the creature's obvious weak point, its huge, staring, cycloptic eye. Perhaps with a decisive strike, he could blind the beast. Faster than the speed of sound, Uriel orbited the beast's body and reoriented himself in front of its eye. He could feel the nanoseconds passing as he charged, raising his sword. Now would be the time to end this. But wait, what's that? Why is the Devourer's eyes suddenly glowing red? Before even Uriel had time to react, a tremendous force of pure energy blasted forth from the Devourer's eye, bombarding the angelic soldier and firing him straight into the ground below. He did not even know the monster possessed such a power, and now the force of it was hammering him into the earth. The blast kept going for a few more seconds, zapping Uriel's strength and introducing him to a long-forgotten pain. When the beam was done firing, Uriel felt as though he could barely move. He was a sitting duck. That's when the Devourer began marching towards him, every step rattling the earth. Even as the threat loomed, Uriel couldn't move. Was this the end?
Forgive me, Master.
Uriel said.
I have failed you.
Then, Uriel noticed something. Several projectiles firing towards the Devourer's head, seemingly out of thin air. A volley of intercontinental ballistic missiles, each equipped with a nuclear payload, exploded against the creature's head, blasting it with a shockwave that rattled the mighty creature on its feet. Had human beings made such weapons?
If they could still fight even after all this,
Uriel thought,
then I must fight too. I must fight to my last breath.
As the Devourer steadied itself, recovering from the nuclear bombardment to the head, Uriel rose with a terrifying warrior's roar, feeling his holy power return to him. His sword ignited, and he charged forward, faster than ever before, ready to strike clear and true into the Devourer's wretched heart. Before the beast could react, Uriel shoved his sword into the center of its chest, causing veins of agonizing flame to spread out over its whole body. At long last, he had well and truly harmed the unharmable. That knowledge sanctified him, even as the Devourer of Worlds grabbed Uriel in his fist and squeezed the life out of the warrior for God for the last time. Good, the Devourer thought in its own way. I can finally carry on now.
You fought bravely, Uriel,
said a booming voice from above the beast.
Your sacrifice will not be in vain. That much I promise you.
Confused, the Devourer turned and looked skyward, only to see a sight that struck pure and undiluted awe into even him. It was God and his army. SCP-343 floated in the sky, lightning emanating from his very being. Around him, glowing angelic warriors, each as large and as powerful as Uriel and as numerous as the stars in the sky above. God pointed at the Devourer.
Now, my children,
he said,
take that thing apart from me.
The ground shook underfoot, each tremor more violent than the last. The panic-stricken researchers struggled to keep themselves upright as they fled. Many were knocked over, losing their footing and careening to the ground face first. The ones who didn't soon felt the sickening crunch of bone under their feet, followed by the anguished screams of their fallen co-workers. Another colossal quake rippled through the ground, reverberating for miles. In the distance, a shadow streaked through the air, slamming into a towering mountainside. Though no larger than a man, the impact was catastrophic. A thunderous boom echoed as the cliff face gave way, a jagged crack slicing through the mountain, splitting it in two. From the observation deck at Site 0, two men stared slack-jawed as the rocky peak began to crumble before their very eyes. A torrent of shattered fragments cascaded downward in a thunderous roar. Within seconds, the towering summit was reduced to a chaotic tumble of loose boulders, obliterated in seconds by the sheer force of the impact. The remnants of the mountain formed a pile of rock and debris, burying what had been hurled at it underneath. It was a he, an anomalous humanoid who'd long been thought to be one of the most powerful SCPs the Foundation had ever encountered. A being who could literally change reality around him, bend the entire universe to his whims, had just been thrown at a mountain by something equally, if not more, powerful. A few miles away, standing ever vigilant at its post, the Gate Guardian's head lifted slightly from its usual bowed position, a movement that had not occurred in decades since its discovery by the Foundation. The faintest shift beneath the mountain's shattered remains had broken the anomaly's immovable stillness. The flaming humanoid anomaly locked its gaze onto what remained of the destroyed mountain as the hand of SCP-343 reached out from beneath it, and God climbed free from the rubble. While the exact records of the SCP Foundation have been altered, shrouding critical details in secrecy even from its own personnel, fragments of knowledge remain. What little is known suggests that the Gate Guardian was, at some point in history, encountered by an individual of unknown identity. At least, that's the official version. In actuality, this person's true identity is very much known, especially among the higher-ups within the Foundation. His name was Aaron Siegel. He was the man who created the SCP Foundation. During his initial encounter with what would later be designated as SCP-001, at least according to Dr. Clef's proposal, Siegel would hear a voice in his head. This often occurs whenever humans approach the Gate Guardian. with many reportedly hearing the word "forget." This directive cannot be disobeyed, as those who hear it turn away, compelled to leave the Guardian's presence without resistance. As they depart, they retain no memory of their encounter with it. It is possible that numerous civilizations throughout history have had encounters with the Gate Guardian. However, these were not likely recorded, thanks to them being made to forget. Either that, or they learned what happened should they disobey the Guardian's commands. However, this isn't what Aaron Siegel heard. The directive he was given was to prepare. This caused him to create an organization that would catalog and contain any supernatural, paranormal, or otherwise anomalous entities, artifacts, and creatures in order to protect humanity from the serious threat that these anomalies posed. This organization would become known as the SCP Foundation, and the rest, as they say, is history. But not all history is recorded, and even if it is, it can still be forgotten. Site-0 was established just over 6 miles from the location that SCP-001 was guarding. From that distance, the almost 1,400-foot-tall entity could be clearly observed, as could the immense gate it stood in front of. A pastoral grove seemed to just lay beyond the gate's boundary, as well as several other creatures that were similar to the Guardian. It was quickly assumed that this was the Garden of Eden from the Old Testament of the Bible. If this was in fact true, this would make SCP-001 the angel Uriel. However, it has never confirmed this to be the case. Merely monitoring the Guardian from a distance wouldn't provide the answers to those questions, however. The SCP Foundation conducted several experiments to ascertain the exact nature of SCP-001, as well as determine its potential origin. Experiment Alpha saw a member of D-Class personnel approach the Gate Guardian. When the entity issued its command to leave, and the D-Class refused, the response was both swift and devastating. The Gate Guardian activated its weapon, a flaming sword designated SCP-001-2. In an instant, the D-Class was obliterated at the atomic level, leaving no trace of their existence. It also killed the entire research team who had sent the D-Class. Experiment Bravo involved sending a research robot towards the Gate Guardian. However, this was similarly destroyed. The same happened during the subsequent Experiment Charlie, resulting in the loss of 100 Foundation research drones that were all destroyed simultaneously. It appeared that the Gate Guardian was capable of striking in multiple directions, every direction, at the same time. The Foundation then launched a wire-guided missile at the Guardian during Experiment Delta. The projectile was not only destroyed when it reached just over half a mile from the Guardian, but the entire launch site and all personnel inside were destroyed by SCP-001 as well. Experiment Echo didn't end much better, when an intercontinental ballistic missile was fired from the Nautilus, a submarine located in the Indian Ocean. When the Gate Guardian retaliated, it caused the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake. Given the assumed connections between SCP-001 and the Abrahamic faith, other anomalies were sent to the Gate Guardian, others who were also believed by some to be biblical figures. Experiments Foxtrot and Gamma involved sending SCP-076-2, also known as Abel, and SCP-073, also known as Cain, to interact with SCP-001. During the former experiment, Abel refused to cooperate, despite having been given no details about what the mission would entail. Meanwhile, Cain did approach the Gate Guardian, which resulted in strange changes to the symbol on his forehead. The events that followed are classified. It was thought that these were the only experiments related to SCP-001, and any further tests involving the anomaly were suspended at the order of the administrator themselves. But there was one additional experiment conducted not long after the others, one that bore such catastrophic findings that it has been since hidden from all SCP Foundation records. Experiment Hello. Presumably since his discovery, SCP-343 has been colloquially referred to as God by the staff of the SCP Foundation. The anomalous humanoid showed a level of reality warping abilities that were unparalleled, even amongst other highly powerful SCPs. Despite his seemingly limitless powers, SCP-343 remains contained within his chamber for one simple reason: he allows it. Time and again, he has demonstrated the ability to leave at will, effortlessly bypassing any security measures the Foundation has in place. His continued cooperation is not a matter of containment, it's a choice. and one the Foundation is powerless to influence. Due to SCP-343's apparently harmless nature, Foundation personnel were permitted to speak with him at any point. Initially, those with Level 3 clearance or lower were denied access to the anomalous man. However, lapses in security protocols allowed some guards to grant staff members unsanctioned access to SCP-343's chamber. These staff, drawn by curiosity or seeking a unique opportunity, often engaged with him in conversations under the guise of keeping him company. The O5 Council would later approve a request from the head researcher assigned to SCP-343, one Dr. Beck, to allow any Site-17 staff to speak with SCP-343, given he was noted to improve staff morale. While SCP-343 is known to have a generally friendly demeanor, the Foundation is somewhat compelled to do whatever he asks of them. The alternative is to run the risk of the reality-warping entity imposing his will on them, or manipulating concepts in order to get his way. Dealing with an entity capable of altering reality on a whim is already an existential threat. However, the situation becomes even more precarious due to the Foundation's secrecy. They withhold significant information about their morally questionable actions from SCP-343. This decision is rooted in a deep fear of souring their otherwise stable and amicable relationship, and facing the potential consequences of being erased from existence. When the Foundation approached SCP-343 for Experiment Hello, he was more than happy to oblige them with their further testing related to the Gate Guardian. Having been transported to the area surrounding the eponymous gate, those observing the interaction watched with a mixture of uncertain apprehension and eager anticipation. Many were expecting some recognition between SCP-001 and SCP-343, given their theorized biblical link. And sure enough, the Gate Guardian did seem to recognize SCP-343, but didn't seem pleased to see him. When SCP-343 approached the Gate Guardian issued a directive other than forget. The first recorded instance of this since the encounter with Aaron Siegel. The Guardian's psychic voice could be heard not just by the anomalous reality warper, but by everyone in the surrounding area. It stated one word, not a command, but a condemnation: Deceiver. SCP-343 seemed unfazed by this, and continued his approach toward the Guardian. Passing into the 1 kilometer radius around the gate that triggers the entity to attack, SCP-001 made a strike with its sword. This occurs at a speed that is imperceptible to the human eye, making it look like the Gate Guardian is barely moving. What could be seen was the immediate aftermath of SCP-343 being sent careening towards a nearby mountain, the collision causing it to crack and crumble. However, SCP-343 emerged from the rubble unharmed, disappearing from the fallen mountain and reappearing before the Gate Guardian. Once again moving faster than anyone could see, SCP-001 swung its flaming sword, bringing the burning blade sweeping down on SCP-343, only for the weapon to be blocked. SCP-343 had caught the blade effortlessly in one hand, stopping the hyper-fast movements of SCP-001. For the first time, Foundation staff could see the Gate Guardian in a position other than its usual stance. It was caught mid-movement with both hands around the hilt of its weapon, while SCP-343 blocked it. It shouldn't have been possible. SCP-001's sword burned at temperatures that rivaled the sun itself, and could obliterate any living matter, literally incinerating it completely at a subatomic level. The shock only worsened when SCP-343 pulled the sword from the Gate Guardian's hands, hoisting the weapon with ease, despite it being several hundred feet taller than him. Turning it around, SCP-343 plunged the blade through the heart of the Guardian, while the Foundation personnel at Site-0 watched in abject horror. They had assumed, wrongly it seemed, that SCP-001 was a subordinate or a servant of SCP-343. They thought the angelic anomaly would regard the reality warper with reverence, not attack him as some kind of hostile fraudster. But you see, not everyone is convinced that SCP-343 really is God. Dr. Beck, the Foundation doctor assigned to SCP-343, grew suspicious of the anomalous man. Beck even suspected that he had malicious intentions and may have been deceiving the Foundation for decades. He believed that SCP-343 was so open to receiving visitors, not because he wanted the company, but because he intended to brainwash the Foundation for some own unknowable purpose. In order to investigate further, Dr. Beck requested all personnel who had visited SCP-343 to subject themselves to an interview about their reasons. However, his official requests keep going missing, and Dr. Beck went to confront SCP-343 directly. He disappeared shortly afterwards, not just from Site-17, but from existence. Nobody at the Foundation ever remembered working with him, with the inference being that SCP-343 was in some way responsible. All of Dr. Beck's findings were heavily redacted or removed from the SCP database. It appears that his attempts to expose SCP-343's deceptions led to him being erased from reality. The Gate Guardian seemed to confirm what Dr. Beck had long suspected, that SCP-343 wasn't actually God, nor did he create the universe as he often claims. For a brief moment, the Foundation personnel watching could see, clear as day, SCP-343 stabbing the Guardian through the heart, revealing himself perhaps for the first time in eons. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light that seemed to erupt from SCP-343, engulfing the Gate Guardian. When everyone's vision returned, everything had reverted back to the way it had been at the start of the test. The Gate Guardian stood with its head bowed. SCP-343 was more than a kilometer away and walking towards SCP-001. Even the crumbled mountain in the distance had seemingly rebuilt itself. This time, when the voice of the Gate Guardian spoke, reaching into everyone's minds as it had before, it uttered a different word: Father. Shortly after the dust had settled, the Administrator, the shadowy figurehead of the entire SCP Foundation, issued an executive order, hereby prohibiting any further experiments being carried out involving SCP-001. No other anomalies were to be exposed to the Gate Guardian, and its power would no longer be used to attempt to dispose of existing dangerous SCPs. Given what was learned and later unlearned about SCP-343 during the course of Experiment Hello, the Administrator thought it pertinent to wipe any and all references to this incident from Foundation records. As far as history will tell it, there was no Experiment Hello. Perhaps SCP-343 really is God. At least, that's what he would have you believe. Any changes today? The younger security officer Zach asked as he stepped into the watchtower. As if, replied his superior, a jaded, cynical old man who insisted on being referred to as Mr. Jefferson. The darn thing hasn't moved, spoken, or done so much as stretch one of those wings of his. Another day at the office then, Zach joked. Through the window, the pair of them looked through at the towering figure a few kilometers away. SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, stood motionless, its fiery sword in its hand, ever protecting its post at the precipice between our world and paradise. It had long been stationed at the entrance of a dimensional gateway that led to what was believed to be the Garden of Eden, described in the biblical Old Testament. Much like the security officers in the Foundation's base tasked with watching the Guardian, this was pretty much the extent of the day's activities. Hey, did you see that news about the transfer posting? Zach asked, trying to stave off boredom with as much conversation he could squeeze out of his fellow officer. Yeah, I saw it, Mr. Jefferson scoffed, rolling his eyes. What possesses someone like Robert Montauk to come down here? Must have wanted a quieter post, Zach reasoned, looking out at the stillness of the Gate Guardian. Won't find one any quieter than here, Jefferson mused. Him showing up will be the most exciting thing that's happened here in a long while. Unbeknownst to both Zach and Mr. Jefferson, Dr. Robert Montauk would be only joining the team at the Gate Guardian observation site for a short while. Not one of them, nor anybody else within the Foundation, could ever guess Montauk's true intentions behind venturing there in the first place. He wanted an audience with the Gate Guardian itself. Approaching the colossal 1,000-foot-tall being, Dr. Montauk crossed the threshold of the minimum safe distance from the Guardian. Given the sheer heat of its weapon, hotter than Earth's sun, anything within a kilometer of SCP-001 was at risk of being obliterated, vaporized into atoms if they didn't turn back, which, through a voice that immediately rang out in Montauk's ears, the Gate Guardian commanded him to do. Leave! Its psychic message boomed. Wait! Dr. Montauk urged, holding up his hands in what would have been a futile defense against the Guardian's sword. I know what you do when people don't listen to your commands, but please, just give me a minute. There was silence. SCP-001 didn't reply. There was nobody else close enough to hear Montauk speak to it. So, he continued. You are impossibly old. We know that much about you. And because of that, you must have seen things that we can't even begin to imagine, much less fully comprehend. But I've come a very long way to request that you impart some information to me, if you can. He paused again, as if waiting for a reply that never came. The Gate Guardian merely stood in the same defensive, unwavering stance. Tell me, please, how much do you know about the Scarlet King? By this point in time, although the Foundation was yet to realize, Dr. Robert Montauk was slowly going insane. His investigations into an anomalous entity known as the Scarlet King were gradually corrupting him, as he tried relentlessly to quantify exactly what this entity was and how great of a threat it posed. Little did Montauk realize that, in trying so hard to define and comprehend the being, he was inadvertently fueling its power. The Scarlet King was an interdimensional warmongerer, an embodiment of hatred and chaos, and Dr. Robert Montauk was slowly falling under the King's influence. Upon hearing the tiny human figure utter his question, the immense Gate Guardian rebooted with another single-word psychic command, one it had never been recorded giving before.
Witness!
As if his increasing instability and the creeping influence of the Scarlet King hadn't made Montauk feel bad enough, he instantly felt sick. There was a searing pain behind his eyes, like he was staring directly at the sun, accompanied by a nausea that made his head spin. It took a moment of enduring the horrific sensation before he realized what was happening. The Guardian was trying to show him something. Rather than give any information on the Scarlet King verbally, SCP-001 was imparting a psychic vision onto Montauk, a memory of events long past, the answers he sought, a warning, or perhaps all three. The vision showed Montauk a time so long ago that it couldn't ever be forgotten, for there was barely anyone alive to remember it in the first place. It was eons in the past, long before the comparatively recent dawn of humanity, a time only spoken of in the Dust and Blood Tablet, an artifact of the Davite civilization, some of the earliest worshippers of the Scarlet King himself. And there, marching up to the entrance of Eden, was the crimson-clad eldritch abomination and a horde of horrors with him. According to the story recorded in the Dust and Blood Tablet, this would have been much earlier in the life of the Scarlet King, perhaps even before he assumed his now infamous title. Back then, he would most likely have been known as his original name of Kanhrak, one of multiple siblings born when the Tree of Life was planted, and thus created all life in the multiverse. But, being the only one of his siblings cursed with awareness, knowing the pain his existence brought him, Kanhrak would eventually set out on his lifelong mission to destroy all of existence across every dimension. And he started by killing his siblings, consuming them to claim their power for himself. Around this time in prehistory, the being that would one day become known as Scarlet King didn't quite possess the power that he would several millennia later. Although that's not to say he was an unformidable force of destruction, fueled by his singular hatred for existence. His vow to destroy extended to the Tree of Life that had caused him to be, along with the tree's creator and all of their creation. In other words, everything in the multiverse, all of creation, if you will. So what was the Scarlet King doing there so long ago, at the dimensional doorway protected by the Gate Guardian? Well, beyond the boundary between it and the rest of the infinite multiverse lay the supposed Garden of Eden. While it is unknown if it is in fact the same Eden referred to in the Book of Genesis is up for debate, especially among the Foundation. But at a glance, even through the gate, it certainly does look like a paradise. The space is filled with lush vegetation of astronomical size, populated by a number of beings that seem to resemble the Gate Guardian itself. And there, protected by its watchful caretaker, are two trees. One is thought to be the Tree of Knowledge, that Eve was tricked into eating an apple from during the Book of Genesis. The other, however, bears an unknown type of fruit, and is widely believed to be the Tree of Life. Now, back in the modern age, there's never been a conclusive link between the Tree of Life mentioned by the Davites and their barbaric civilization's legends regarding the creation of the Scarlet King. But the fact that so long ago he and his most feared generals were bearing down on the Gate Guardian's position, defending a garden where there was known to be a tree of that description, well, it all seems rather conclusive now. Alongside Kahraak were 6 of his 7 daughters, each one of them a fearsome abomination much like their destructive father. As they approached, not one needed to exchange any words with their angelic protector of Eden. The Gate Guardian knew what these monsters were here for. They would stop at nothing to pass through his gate and uproot the Tree of Life, the progenitor of all living beings in all of existence. Even though it was early in Kahraak's career as the rampaging interdimensional warlord he so is, he was as steadfast as ever in his goal to annihilate every corner of creation, every dimension, every parallel plane of reality, every single pocket of existence across infinity. They'd all come undone if he burned the Tree of Life, pulled it out at the roots, and splintered it until nothing remained. To the once and future Scarlet King, that the same tree had led to his own tortured existence. It was the source of his suffering, and it had to be destroyed. The only thing standing in his way was a figure as colossal as Kahraak himself, wielding a flaming sword.
Leave!
Boomed the psychic voice of the Gate Guardian. It was like a doorman standing before a group of rowdy teenagers trying to force their way into a movie theater. Except these rowdy teens were the Scarlet King, his horrifying daughters, and the forces he had already amassed since his creation. The Horde stood ready, waiting for the commands of their king, who they thought would gladly lead the charge as they marched on the Garden of Eden to begin the destruction of existence. But that's not what happened. Usually the Scarlet King would never shy away from a fight, preferring to lead the charge when it came to a slaughter. Instead, he commanded his first daughter, Ativik, to commence the first attack on the protector who stood in their path. On her foul father's word, Ativik took her horde and charged at the Guardian. What she and her forces lacked in numerical advantage, Ativik more than made up for in her knowledge of war. She hungered for it, sought dominion. That was her seal, after all. And yet, in the face of this impending onslaught, the Gate Guardian remained still, rooted to the same spot it had as always, and would always be standing in. A number of Ativik's minions burst into flames, the very fabric of their crude form separated on a molecular level as they were effortlessly rendered into nothingness. Still, the Gate Guardian hadn't appeared to move an inch, had exerted no energy, despite the damage it had done to Ativik and her forces in defense of Eden. As his first daughter screeched and howled in despair at the decimation of her horde, her children, the Scarlet King decided he needed to better understand his opponent. With a wave of his clawed crimson hand, the king commanded his next daughter, Aghor, to send forth her own army. In a tidal wave of night-nourished creatures, Aghor sent her horrific children into battle. She possessed a far greater quantity to do battle on her father's behalf. Perhaps Aghor even believed that was the Scarlet King's plan. With a greater number of her forces over her sisters, maybe she would be able to overwhelm the Guardian. But even as her own children began to be vaporized the closer that they got to the gate, Aghor had no idea she was little more than a pawn, being sacrificed so that Kahraak could learn more about his imposing angelic enemy. Another of the Scarlet King's daughters, a being known as Anhwit, was the next called up to contribute to the unfolding battle. Although to call it a battle undersells just how easily the Gate Guardian seemed to be eliminating the oncoming forces without even moving. While an outwardly frail-seeming creature, Anhuit's primary strength over her sisters was a proficiency in magic, her innate ability to warp and reshape reality around her. It was that power that had caused her father to be wary of her, viewing Anhuit's abilities as a threat to his leadership. And so Kahraak had her crippled and all her children, leaving them unable to overthrow him, but still loyal to their king. Obeying her father's command, perhaps out of the same loyalty or fear that he would harm her and her children further if she disobeyed, Anhuit unfurled her magic. She reshaped the world around them, making it so that the passage of time moved so much slower. And that was what revealed to the Scarlet King his enemy's greatest strength in combat. The Gate Guardian had so far been able to obliterate both Ativik and now Aghor's forces without seeming to move, but it wasn't by standing still. It was moving, just much faster than the blink of Scarlet King's multiple eyes. Now that Anhuit's magic had slowed the passage of time, the Gate Guardian could be seen doing battle. As Aghor's atrocities spilled towards the angel to try and overwhelm it, it effortlessly blocked the oncoming attacks with its sword. Everything the flaming blade connected with instantly evaporated, bursting into atoms as they were practically cleaved out of existence by the Gate Guardian's mighty weapon. Even with time slowed to a crawl, the towering winged protector of Eden only appeared to be moving at an average speed. But when time flowed normally, without Anhuit manipulating reality, the Guardian was simply too fast to be observed. Resisting the urge to dive headfirst into the fight himself, the Scarlet King knew it would likely lead to his untimely demise. He refused to accept that. It could not happen, but he still had yet to amass the strength he would need as he continued his ascent. So while time was slowed to a crawl and the Gate Guardian was still engaged in combat with Aghor's forces, he turned to another of his remaining daughters, Adistat. If the Scarlet King and his forces couldn't get past the Guardian, they could still try to get to the Tree of Life while the Protector's focus was diverted. Adistat unleashed a wave of pestilence, sickness, and disease spewing from her in a cloud of vapor, heading straight towards the Angelic Garden and Eden's entrance beyond. The Scarlet King knew this latest attack wouldn't phase or weaken the Gate Guardian. He hoped the foul smog would instead pass through the gateway itself into the garden. As Adistat sent forth her power, blood and ash soaked the landscape around them. All the plants outside the entrance to Eden withered and died, shriveling and decomposing as the disgusting fog rolled towards the gate. It washed over the Guardian, whose form only seemed to glow brighter as he repelled the pestilence. It was as if it didn't even need to think about it, still focused on finishing off the rest of the oncoming army. As its glow intensified, so did the fiery sword that the Gate Guardian swung with ease and finesse. Flames burst from the blade, the encroaching fumes catching fire, along with the air itself. It ignited in a wave of fire, a defensive inferno that repelled this latest attack. But for a brief few moments, while time stayed slow, before Anhuit's hold on reality inevitably broke, the king had sent forth Atilif. Of all his spawn, she was the most reserved, keeping mostly to herself, never speaking. She and her children could change their faces and forms, shift into anything or anyone, and walk undetected through the multiverse. And now her father was employing her incredible stealth abilities to slip behind enemy lines, while the Gate Guardian was finishing off the remaining onslaught from Kanhrak's other daughters. It was as Atilif drew near, creeping unseen closer and closer to the entrance, keeping the Scarlet King out of Eden, that the Guardian seemed to pause. It slowly, ominously turned its huge head, tilting until it was looking directly at Atilif. If its expression could be seen, maybe the Gate Guardian would almost be impressed that someone was able to sneak past it. After all, it was a feat that no other being in creation could ever hope to accomplish. But then again, with its steadfast conviction and dedication to its protective duty, maybe it would have looked upon Atilif with anger. With a cleaving swing of its scorching sword, the Gate Guardian unfurled a tidal wave of fire that engulfed everything around it. Not just Atilif, but Ativik, Aghor, and Adistat. All the king's daughters that had attacked so far, along with every one of their own children, were instantly obliterated. They were all reduced to empty, vacant spaces where they had once been, their atoms separated by the searing swing of the Guardian's weapon. The devastating blow by his adversary did little to deter the Scarlet King from his mission. He was still set on destroying the Tree of Life, and no loss was too great in his pursuit of destroying existence. He barely cared that 4 of his own daughters had just been unmade by the Guardian. Anhuit was still there, clinging on to time as if it were a thrashing animal. The Scarlet King could simply make her restore her fallen sisters and their forces. He had lost nothing, but had held back for too long, and slowly drew his own weapon out of thin air. Wielding a sword that was as blood-soaked as the Guardian's was hot, the Scarlet King locked blades with the one being standing in their way. Both the ancient angelic defender and the attacking eldritch abomination were evenly matched. Every one of their vicious strikes against the other met with an equally strong parry. A weapon of extreme, all-consuming heat blocked swipes from a sharp, serrated edge that matched the deep red that would be forever synonymous with Kankrak. The force of their two swords clashing and striking each other was so great that it rippled out from their one-on-one fight. The landscape around them was flattened, wiped clean of any remaining plant life that hadn't already been destroyed by the forces of the king's daughters. Despite having acquired nowhere near the power he would thousands of years after this fight, the Scarlet King was still a formidable force in single combat, and yet the Gate Guardian seemed incapable of tiring or weakening, still standing strong against the onslaught. Even after wiping multiple armies out with its flaming sword, the Guardian was still able to hold its own against the Scarlet King, who was furious, enraged at being so close to the Tree of Life, yet unable to get past his angelic adversary. He'd need to be stronger, faster, even more ruthless than the warlord he already was. Despite Anhuit's slowing down time, the King and the Guardian were at a stalemate. Time. That was it. The Scarlet King needed more time. Withdrawing from the fight, he realized that this was a battle that could not be won by sheer brute force alone. His mission to destroy all creation, to get to the Tree of Life, would take cunning, deception, and more time. If he let it, the Gate Guardian could easily kill Kankrak. Its flaming weapon could cleave him out of existence, and that would end the King's torment. But it wouldn't be enough. A death would be unsatisfying, knowing that the rest of existence would go on after he was gone. The Scarlet King couldn't accept that. It wasn't enough. So he did the one thing nobody would expect of him. He made a deal with the Gate Guardian. It was an action still fueled by his infinite hatred for all existence, his yearning for total chaos. The Scarlet King knew that one day, an event would arrive where the Guardian and the other beings like it in the Garden of Eden would spill forth and deliver judgment on this world. And when that rapture happened, the Tree of Life would be undefended. The Scarlet King bartered with the Guardian that he would retreat for the time being, so he could spend eons amassing more and more power. Then, when the fateful day arrived, the Gate Guardian would allow him into Eden to destroy the Tree of Life, while it and its brethren were busy conducting the rapture. Halting their fight, the Scarlet King offered a crimson claw to the Gate Guardian's burning hand. Returning to reality from the intense vision, still feeling sick at what he had witnessed, Robert Montauk looked up at the still, silent form of the Gate Guardian.
"Did you do it?"
He yelled, desperate to know more through his obsession with the Scarlet King.
"Did you tell him yes? Did you make a deal?"
There was no answer from the Guardian, just a single word that echoed through Montauk's fractured mind.
"Leave." "This is impossible!"
The SCP Site Director wasn't normally a calm or cheerful man, but the researcher had rarely seen him as angry as he was right now. His face turned a deep beet red as he scanned the documents on his desk before he asked how months of valuable research on this subject had suddenly gone blank. The data was completely gone. The researcher gulped nervously, hoping a demotion wasn't in his future, and nodded. How could this be possible? This was an experienced researcher who should have been taking all of the necessary precautions. Could the being they were studying somehow have erased all these documents himself? That's just what the researcher had been trying to find out for months, with hours and hours spent trying to learn the extent of its abilities.
"Well, where are they?"
The Site Director asked.
"I want everything you have!"
The researcher dropped a printout of their research on the mysterious subject's abilities on the director's desk. Every relevant line read, "Data lost." The director let out a deep sigh. He wanted to hear everything the researcher knew. Well, everything he could remember, at least, from the beginning. The researcher sat down and began to relay everything he could about SCP-343, which some of the other researchers had started to refer to by the nickname God. SCP-343 was first sighted in Prague, just an unassuming older man wandering the streets. He seemed completely normal to everyone who passed him by, until he decided he was tired of staying on the ground. An SCP agent stationed in the area noticed the old man disappear from the streets, as if he was blinking out of existence, only to appear on a rooftop nearby. The local SCP teams were marshaled, and they had soon tracked down what seemed to be a very powerful specimen. But SCP-343 didn't seem concerned. He reacted calmly when detained by the Foundation and went with them willingly. He was detained in a standard holding cell for interrogation and examination, but he seemed completely at ease with his sudden confinement. It would soon become clear that this ordinary old man was anything but. Doctors Beck and Nidlovu was brought in to consult on the SCP's classification, and that's when the first anomalies began. Their assessments matched initially, but when it came time to describe him physically, things took a strange turn. Older male, seemingly nondescript and with no unusual physical features. Caucasian in appearance. Dr. Nidlovu was confused by what Dr. Beck was describing in his report. This man was clearly black. The two doctors quarreled, unable to square their differing perceptions. They decided to bring in a third impartial view to settle it, their fellow researcher Dr. Wan. She didn't take long before coming back with her assessment. Older male, seemingly nondescript and with no unusual physical features, Asian in appearance, possibly Chinese. Whatever SCP-343 was, he seemed to be perceived by each staff member as close in appearance to their own race. But that was only the start of the anomalies surrounding the old man in the holding cell. Dr. Beck started making regular visits to the mysterious man, and in their first interview, he asked the old man who he was and how he came by his abilities. The old man had a simple response. "I created the universe." Dr. Beck stifled a laugh and decided to indulge the old man's delusion. It was a fascinating claim, but could he prove it? Without another word, SCP-343 got up from his chair, laughed, and turned around and walked through the solid wall in the holding cell and disappeared. Dr. Beck was about to hit the panic button and marshal the facility's security to find him when the strange man reappeared, walking through the solid wall. The only thing that was different? He was holding a hamburger, which he sat down and enjoyed. The facility quickly went on lockdown, and a full investigation was done into how SCP-343 breached containment. But there was no evidence of any security breach, no failures in containment, and no evidence of any other cells failing. SCP-343 hadn't broken through the security, he had just ignored it, as if it wasn't there at all. When questioned about how he had gone on his hamburger run, he simply repeated his belief that he was God, in between bites of his fast food treat. This would be far from the only time strange things happened around SCP-343. SCP containment cells are as secure as they need to be, but even the least strict containment isn't known for its decor, which is why Dr. Beck was in for a surprise the next time he paid visit to SCP-343. The bare-bones cell now looked like a comfortable home, decorated in Old English fashions. The scientists assumed that SCP-343 had been making many more trips out of his cell to get accessories to feel more at home. But that didn't explain all the changes to the cell. No one could explain how he had installed a roaring fireplace in the containment cell, and everyone who entered could swear the cell looked many times bigger than any other cell in the facility. SCP-343 wasn't just breaking containment. He now seemed to be breaking the laws of physics in the facility. The rules of the SCP containment facility didn't seem to be a concern to SCP-343, but there was one thing he didn't seem to want to do: escape. After every sudden exit, he would always return to his personal cell and treat it as his home. When interviewed by staff members, he was polite but vague, and everyone seemed to enjoy talking to him. It was decided to keep him on site, not attempt to increase his security, but restrict access and keep his room guarded at all times to ensure only researchers with level 3 access and above were allowed to meet with him. But God works in mysterious ways. Minimal Security Site-17 was one of the least restrictive SCP containment sites, hosting anomalies that could be safely contained and weren't likely to mount violent escapes. But as in every SCP facility, security was still taken seriously, and only those with proper clearance could interact with the subjects. So why did SCP-343 seem impossible to guard? While only level 3 clearance and above were allowed in, the guards assigned to protect the entrance all seemed to fall down on the job. Security Officer James, who was supposed to be keeping people out of SCP-343's cell, had instead let in multiple visitors, in addition to dropping in several times himself. When questioned on why he had gone against orders and done so, he simply replied that 343 seemed lonely and was so happy every time he got company. that it just seemed like the right thing to do. The security guard was reassigned and new ones were brought in, but history repeated itself. Guards were given stricter instructions to minimize exposure, but SCP-343's presence always seemed to influence them anyway. His containment cell was a revolving door, with staff members at the facility entering regularly for friendly conversations. Dr. Beck decided it was time to take matters into his own hands. He would meet with SCP-343 one-on-one and express how dangerous these security breaches were. He would try to convince the mysterious being that he needed to stop influencing the minds of the guards watching him, or the facility would have to look into new measures to contain him. Dr. Beck entered the containment cell and had a long conversation with SCP-343, and when he emerged, he had a big smile on his face, like he had just finished a reunion with an old friend. He gave the current guard a friendly clap on the back and told him not to worry so much about security. After all, nothing bad was going to happen from letting people at the facility visit SCP-343, right? He wasn't dangerous in any way. He also said that security should bring him anything he requests so he would feel less need to leave his cell. Minimal Security Site-17 soon became a model SCP facility, with morale being the highest of any site, with most giving the credit to the presence of SCP-343. Employees generally make daily visits to his chamber, and he seems to have an encyclopedic knowledge of anything they want to talk about, including things he should have no way of knowing. Guards no longer quit their posts or break protocol, as their only real duty is to keep track of who meets with SCP-343, so they can be interviewed and debriefed after. Everyone's conversation is different, but they all report being in a better mood after leaving than when they came in. No further information is available on SCP-343's origins, the full extent of his powers, or whether he is telling the truth about being the god who created the universe. The site director rubbed his temples after hearing the researcher's explanation.
So what you're telling me is that we have an uncontained, highly powerful SCP that has not only been breaking containment whenever it wants, but has managed to destroy all the files regarding the research on it.
The researcher's answer was yes. However, the situation at Site-17 seemed to be stable, and they had come up with a plan that should help to maximize the positive effect SCP-343 has on the facility. They were even hypothesizing that staff from other sites and even certain anomalies could be pacified by 343's presence. The site director wasn't impressed though. He wanted the researcher to go back to the drawing board and redo the research. After all, if all the files were blank, how could they ever learn how to properly contain it? That's what the C in SCP stood for after all, containment. The researcher finally had to stand to the director though, and told them that it wasn't a good idea, that they had already tried everything to contain SCP-343, but that it wasn't that he broke containment. It was as if he didn't even acknowledge that an attempt had been made to contain him. He was omnipotent, aware of things he shouldn't, and able to do things that broke the laws of physics without breaking a sweat. There was no evidence that this was God, the creator of the universe as he claimed to be, but there also wasn't any evidence yet to conclusively prove he wasn't. The researcher's best guess was that this was a powerful reality bender whose abilities knew no limits, and that the only reason he was staying in the facility was because he wanted to, and doing anything to change that might cause him to change his benevolent ways. The director sighed. As much as he hated to admit it, his researcher was making good points. He wanted to meet SCP-343 personally, but did he need to know anything first?
Well, sir,
The researcher replied.
he likes hamburgers, but beyond that, he'll take care of the rest. He's right there where we left him, in his home, waiting for his next guest.
We'd been so cautious, keeping quiet, only moving at night, but sometimes, despite all your best efforts, you just get unlucky. We made our way through what we thought was an abandoned street, littered with broken down cars when those things had slithered out and ambushed us. Kaspar, who was always the most trigger-happy of us, panicked and opened fire with his scavenged submachine gun on the largest of the creatures. Big mistake. It didn't slow the monster down, and only seemed to attract more. It'd be Blob City before sunrise now, but poor Kaspar wouldn't make it that long. Fleshy tendrils wrapped around his limbs and pulled him into the terrible mass of one of the creatures. It started reshaping around him, enveloping him as he screamed until the tide of flesh coursing down his throat silenced him. The whole time, the monster just kept gibbering madness in a warped voice.
Become one, yes. let our cells bond and our minds coagulate in the glorious shimmering light. We will all be one in daylight, pretty flower. Yes, yes, yes.
And then there were four. Me, Ellen, Darcy, and Jones. There had been more of us once, but in this war of attrition, we always seemed to be the ones who had to lose. And if we didn't get away from these monsters quickly, then there wouldn't be any of us left soon enough. We ran, ducking and weaving around the cars as the blobs got closer. There were so many of them, all howling and ranting, zealots for the only cause their melted excuses for minds could understand anymore. Occasionally, we fired back, hoping to slow them down a little, but it never worked. The guns, if anything, were a psychological support mechanism, and something to scare off other survivors who were even more desperate than us. When it came to the blobs, especially the big ones, the only things you could do were run and hope. And hope's in short supply these days. No matter how fast we ran, the blobs kept catching up, and they didn't seem to get tired. Knowing we couldn't outrun them, we ran up to one of the abandoned cars and crouched behind them, breathing raggedly. This whole stupid mission, in hopes of eventually reaching safety. A good night's sleep behind solid walls and some people who actually know what the hell is going on. I drew my sidearm out of my pocket. Even if I didn't make it out of here, I wouldn't turn into one of those monsters. Pulling back the hammer, I muttered a quiet prayer. But there's a God out there. He had a hell of a lot to answer for right now. I looked to Ellen, Darcy, and Jones, and they all had the same idea. It was a pleasure to know them all, after everything that had happened. We heard the blobs getting closer, their lunatic whispers growing in volume and intensity, as they always did before they claimed one of us. I breathed in a sigh, ready to accept my fate, knowing what I needed to do. It all seemed to be over, until he appeared. I looked up and spotted a strange man approaching. He was dressed in an old-fashioned Hessian toga, his hair and beard frosty white. I couldn't identify his age or race, but those factors seemed secondary to the fact his eyes were glowing brilliant white, as if exuding pure energy. He raised a hand, the same glowing aura of pure white energy emanating off of it. I'd seen so many things that terrified me in the past 6 months, but this was the first time I'd experienced something I could call awe. He walked towards us with a stillness and confidence and said,
You look like you could use a hand.
"Where were you when day broke?" Whoever's left, they remember. I was in a supermarket with my wife and 2 kids. Just another normal day. I was worrying about bills, taxes, and whatever we were going to have for dinner that night. If the devil exists, I'd sell my soul to that nasty red creep to get those worries back. Lucky for us, we were in the back half of the store, lit entirely by artificial light. The people checking out their groceries down front, right in the front of the building's huge glass facade, they were the first to go down. All these terrible, drowned screams. First, the exact kind of shrieks you'd expect from somebody starting to melt, then the gurgling, like a backed-up drain as their mouth and throat melted around the sound, choking it. Those were the first few minutes of hell on earth. I've never been the smartest man. I was a roofer, back when things made sense. Never went to college, never been much for reading, but I had intuition, and I credit that with surviving this long. My dad was in the service, 2 tours in Nam. He always told me when I was a kid, the guys who didn't make it back, they panicked. Because that's what the enemy wants you to do. They hope when everything hits the fan, you'll break formation, forget the plan, and all start scurrying in different directions like rats, just hoping you'll be the one who finds a crack and gets out. That's when they get you. When you panic, you're giving up the birthright of reason and letting the animal take over. And animals, son, are easier to kill. When the sun went bad that day, plenty of people in that store started running. They didn't know what they were running from or where they were running to. They just wanted to put some distance between themselves and the screaming. Every man for himself. I'd love to tell you all those people are dead now, but in actuality, they were in for a far worse fate. They ran out of the safety and cover of the store, putting themselves at the mercy of the light. Even as they melted, they kept running. They were blobs, slithering away, not even knowing that the thing they were running from had already gotten them. It all happened so fast, but I can remember every single detail. You can judge me if you like, I don't care anymore. If I could have spoken reason to those terrified people that day, hand on my heart, I would have. But one of man's greatest design flaws is that God made fear the master of reason. Nothing I could have said that day would have changed anything. The only ones I could hope to save were my family, so that's exactly what I did. We grabbed what we could, stayed away from windows, made our way to the nearest supply closet. We were in there for hours. We didn't come out until things were actually quiet, which coincidentally happened to be night. When we stepped outside the store, we saw the carnage that must have unfolded over the past few hours. Windows smashed, cars driven into storefronts and abandoned, slithering blobs of former people on the ground. In the space of a few hours, the world had truly and irrevocably changed. No matter what happened, even if we survived, we knew there would never be a normal as we'd know it before ever again. The same message was playing on every TV, radio, and computer. A logo I didn't quite recognize, along with an overlay that read,
"An important message from the SCP Foundation."
It explained in an eternally looping robotic voice that they were superseding the control of all world governments to protect humanity from this new and terrifying threat. In short, the sun had turned against us. In some scenarios, survival is a curse. In those early days and weeks, you wouldn't believe the number of times I started to envy the dead. People who'd been wiped off the mortal coil by disease and car crashes and random acts of violence in the days before day broke. They had no idea how good they had it. Little by little, in this terrible new world, death became a kind of luxury. Because melting under the fiery gaze of the sun, that wasn't death, not even close. They seemed harmless at first. Tragic, pitiful really. The voices on the TV even told us that, to avoid starvation, we could eat small parts of the melted. But over time, the situation evolved. I don't know when it started or why, but the blobs that had once been people started coagulating. They joined up, started turning into bigger creatures, all with one mind, always screaming and talking madness in a collage of stolen voices. These monsters existed for one purpose, and one purpose only: finding the people who were still normal and dragging them out into the light to join them. They roamed the world during the night, hunting, seeking, and given night was the only time we could ever safely move, this created problems for all of us. We lost so many to those terrible monsters, including my wife and both my kids. See what I mean about survival sometimes being a curse? Especially when you've got people to miss. I wish they were dead, all three of them, but I still hear them. Their voices added to the chorus of a house-sized flesh monster. But I lived on, if you can call this living. I met with others like Caspar, Ellen, Darcy, and Jones. All of them had lost people. You hadn't lived this long if you hadn't lost people. We did all we could to keep surviving against the odds. We spent our days in basements and abandoned stores, and our nights dodging the flesh creatures and foraging for food. We eked out each day, taking every breath as it came. We didn't hope for anything. Until one day we heard that the people at the SCP Foundation might know how to reverse all this. They needed all the people and help they could get at one of their bases, around 20 miles from us. It'd only be a couple nights' walk to get there, we figured, so why not help out the cause? Safety in numbers, after all. And, truth be told, we miss people. After days of hiding and nights of traveling, we were ambushed, but you already know about that part. We lost Caspar to one of those monsters and got cornered behind an abandoned car. However, as the blobs got closer and closer, that mysterious stranger with the glowing eyes appeared. He didn't walk like the rest of us. He was bold, confident, his back straight as a dancer's, like he feared nothing, like nothing here could hurt him. Suddenly, I felt a rumbling behind me. The car was rattling. I feared for a second that the blobs were crawling over it to get us, but when I turned, I saw the opposite was happening. The car was rising off of the ground, free-floating. Myself and the other survivors stared in astonishment as the stranger simply flicked his wrist. The floating car was thrown with tremendous force at the largest of the advancing blobs. It hit the beast so hard that the top of it simply splattered off, freezing what was left in place. Even the other blobs paused, seemingly astonished. We all turned to the stranger, still standing firm.
"Stand behind me if you wish to live,"
he said. There was something both passionate and commanding about his voice. It was impossible to hear him and not heed his words. All of us stood up and ran behind the stranger as he lifted both hands. Debris climbed into the air. Cars, rocks, broken glass. The blobs were beginning to coagulate again, but this time the stranger wasn't going to let them get the upper hand again. With a slight nod, everything he'd raised flew at the blobs with the force of a machine gun. They were decimated. The bigger ones cut apart, the smaller one fleeing to avoid the onslaught. After months of running from these monsters, I don't think any sight could have been more satisfying. When the creatures were gone, the stranger just gave a quiet sigh. He turned to us and asked if we were okay. The answer was, essentially, about as much as we can be. He told us that we'd be safe as long as we stuck with him. And after that display, we had every reason. We had every reason to believe him. We followed the stranger down the long, dark road. He always walked in the middle, fearless, making no attempt to hide. When we asked him his name, he told us that he goes by many names, but for the sake of simplicity, we could call him Matthew. We thanked Matthew for saving us, and he gave a sad sort of smile and told us that he only wished he could have done more. There was something so strange about Matthew, even beyond the fact he apparently had superpowers. I'd never met the man before, and I'd be willing to bet my right hand on that, and yet it felt like I'd known him my entire life. He was so different, and yet so incredibly familiar. We told him we were on our way to a nearby SCP Foundation facility, where we were told we'd find safe haven. We asked him if he knew where to find it. Matthew told us that, in fact, he'd lived there in that very site for decades. A visitor, just dropping in. He'd had a very stressful job before, and felt like taking a sabbatical while things ran themselves for once.
Evidently, my help was more necessary than I imagined.
He said. Occasionally, as we walked, we'd see blobs watching us from crevices and dark alleys on the side of the road. They seemed to watch, but for some reason didn't approach. It was the most remarkable thing.
Don't worry.
He told us.
I'm putting up invisible shields. None of them can approach us as long as I maintain my focus.
Of course, we'd all heard stories of remarkable and terrifying things wandering the wasteland we used to call planet Earth. You couldn't run into other survivors and groups without hearing whispers about the things lurking out there. Some had told of a giant monstrous reptile that had destroyed an entire survivor settlement in a mall outside of Nevada. Others told that one of those SCP sites was haunted. People spoke about a ghostly man who looked like a rotten corpse who could walk through walls and drag people to hell. But the things Matthew was capable of seemed to be on a whole other level. I asked him what he was, and he told me.
Just a humble craftsman, my son. I enjoy creating, though admittedly my creations seem to have gotten away from me these days.
His evasion was less funny than he seemed to think it was. I pressed on, asking him what exactly he was capable of. He shrugged and answered that he could do almost anything if he really put his mind to it. I asked, "So, ultimate power?" This gave him a chuckle. He shook his head and said,
Let me tell you a story. A man comes upon a maze cut into a cornfield and decides he wants to try his luck. He spends hours getting to the center of the maze, and there he finds the devil waiting for him. The devil says, "Welcome to my domain. Your soul is now forfeit, unless you can complete my challenge and win it back." Of course, the men agreed. The devil said, "I can see everything, do everything, and be everything. I know every inch of the universe and can produce anything from thin air. If you want to keep your soul, name one thing I can't do."
Curious, I asked, "What did the man say?" Matthew smiled and said,
Get lost.
and for the first time in those long, dark months, I actually laughed, and it was such a stupid, corny dad joke. It's a strange world we live in.
Point is,
Matthew continued,
there is no ultimate power. Some things are denied even to God, especially when he chooses to walk as a man on the earth he created.
We kept walking for hours. Matthew assured us that we would get there in time, as the rest of us got even more anxious about the thought of the rising sun. He said he'd seen so many sunrises now that he could time them to the second. In the meantime, we should enjoy getting to stretch our legs a little. Even now, the city could be beautiful at night. When he led us all the way to what seemed like an abandoned chemical plant, I could feel my heart sink. All this time, all this work, to find more people, to find safety, only to see that this place was abandoned too. Matthew smiled and said,
That's just what they want you to think.
He snapped his fingers, and the ground around us began to rumble. The concrete shifted seamlessly, and an entrance opened up below. Heavy bulkheads shifted, revealing a sleek chrome hallway down into the ground. We were astonished. Matthew gestured down into the hall as we descended. Matthew followed us, the entrance closing behind him.
I'm just warning you.
He said,
This may come as a bit of a shock.
We ventured deeper, passing through different automated security checkpoints as cameras gazed down from above. Eventually, we found ourselves in what seemed to be a central chamber. It was a hive of activity. People in normal civilian clothes, guards in tactical gear, scientists in lab coats. Tears filled my eyes. It was the most people I'd seen in one place in months. A man in a lab coat wearing an extravagant medallion approached. He was making notes on a clipboard. "Another batch of survivors! Good work, 343, the man said. Matthew smiled and nodded.
No problem, Jack. Always happy to help.
The man with the medallion, Jack, presumably, turned to me. "I imagine you've come a long way," he said. I nodded. "You have no idea."
By now, most of you are almost certainly aware of SCP-343. From the outset, he appears to be an unassuming old man, although the specific details of his appearance are subject to change based on whoever happens to be looking at him. Oh, and he's also God. We probably should have opened with that. Or at the very least, SCP-343 claims that he was responsible for creating, well, everything. Virtually the entire universe as we know and understand it, and even all the parts we can't even fathom are, according to him, the result of SCP-343's design. It's that assertion that earned him his nickname of God among the staff of the SCP Foundation. Well, that and the fact that he can seemingly do anything with as little as a thought. In fact, SCP-343 doesn't really even need to think all that hard to literally rework reality around him. So, you might be wondering, with virtually unlimited reality warping power that can enable him to do and be anywhere, all the knowledge in the entire universe and nothing but free time on his hands, what exactly does SCP-343 do all day? 6 a.m. SCP-343 starts most days awake before most of the Foundation staff at Site-17. Well, to say he's awake before is actually something of a misstatement. Technically, he can't be awake before anybody because he never really sleeps to begin with. He doesn't need to, not only because he doesn't require sleep to replenish energy like any mortal being does, but also due to the fact that SCP-343 doesn't exactly experience time in much the same way as a human being. After all, he did, supposedly, create the very force of time itself. Rather than living moment to moment like we do, experiencing the present, which then becomes our past, SCP-343 can exist at any and all points in time at will. For him, the past, present, and future are occurring simultaneously, although he seems to stay closely tethered to the present, but this is more out of choice. If he wanted to, we're sure SCP-343 could be at every moment in history, probably even in multiple different locations and even timelines at once. But that's just what happens when you're the apparent original architect of the universe and don't rely on ancient numerical systems and the rotation of the Earth in order to tell time. After being awake for all of what we perceive as nighttime, SCP-343 will go for a stroll nice and early. Oh, you thought we meant a stroll around the facility he's kept at? No. He'll take a stroll anywhere, literally phasing through solid matter and sometimes even just teleporting to whatever place takes his fancy. Sometimes he'll choose a place at random or pick an old favorite, just somewhere scenic to watch the sunrise. 8 a.m. Once the Foundation personnel have had enough time to both fully wake up and realize that SCP-343 has wandered out of his quarters, then an urgent search will undoubtedly be underway. Panicked Foundation security teams will start racing through the halls of Site-17, frantically searching for 343. He's not exactly trying to evade them. He's just naturally very resistant to being contained. It certainly makes keeping up with him a challenge, especially when he walks through walls and into the cells of other SCPs. When the security team does find him, it's inevitably because alarms are sounding to alert them that another containment chamber has been breached. Sometimes, in fact, more often than not, the staff stationed at SCP Site-17 will receive word from another Foundation installation that they've just seen SCP-343 stroll past security at a completely different location. Sometimes he'll pay a visit to SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, usually casually conversing with the anomalous physician and admiring his surgical skills. Handling medical tools is a tricky enough task, made even harder with a beak mask on your face. On other occasions, the Foundation has caught up with SCP-343 on his morning strolls in various other facilities, or with a number of different anomalies. Often, he'll slip through walls to spend time with SCP-529, better known as Josie the Half-Cat.
an otherwise ordinary domesticated cat with anomalously intangible hindquarters. Sometimes 343 will also pay a morning visit to SCP-999, stating that he hopes the tickle monster will be, quote,
ready one day.
Other times, SCP-343 has been found by the Foundation sitting with Kane, with the pair usually being in mid-discussion over some deep philosophical pondering. The pair of them are rather friendly with each other, as if they've known each other for quite a while, with SCP-343 on one occasion even being noted as remarking to Kane,
It's good to see how far you've come, my boy, especially after all that nasty business with your brother.
10 a.m. Wherever he ends up, once the Foundation is able to catch up with him, they politely ask him to return to his quarters back at Site-17. SCP-343 is always amicable and will make his way back post-haste, usually arriving before the security team who chased him down are able to make it back. Once he is back, it doesn't take SCP-343 long to get bored, however, so he decides to undertake a little bit of home decorating to pass the time. He's already conjured a fireplace and plenty of elegant furniture into his room, but on this particular day, he feels like adding some color to brighten the place up. With little effort, the Mona Lisa, the Starry Night, the Persistence of Memory, Cafe Terrace at Night, and plenty more of the world's most famous paintings all simultaneously appear on the walls. Having summoned so many famous works to his room, SCP-343 has transformed his quarters into his own personal art gallery. He spends a while studying the paintings, looking at the skillfulness that went into the creation of each one, every brushstroke, every color choice. He almost seems like a proud father, looking at his child's art on display at a school open house. SCP-343 finds it oddly humbling to see how human artists have reflected just a fraction of the majestic universe he created, and all through such simple means. Paint on canvas, oil and water, brushes, and an easel. They seem so quaint to someone whose preferred medium is the very fabric of reality itself. And yet so many of the paintings he looks at seem to show the world through an even more beautiful lens. Imagination. SCP-343 admired it. Naturally, when multiple art galleries around the world reported that some of their most famous works had all been stolen at the exact same moment, it didn't take very long for that news to reach the Foundation. When they were eventually able to determine where the paintings were, a squad of guards politely told SCP-343 that they needed to be returned. "We've been looking everywhere for them," one explained. With as little as a blink, SCP-343 sent each of the paintings back to where they had come from. 12 p.m. At midday, there was a knock at SCP-343's door from notorious high-ranking Foundation researcher Dr. Jack Bright. Often, whenever he was working close enough to Site-17, Dr. Bright would pop in to visit SCP-343, usually bringing along the anomalous reality warper's preferred meal, hamburgers. The pair would casually chat to begin with, enjoying their food while a pair of security guards stood watch outside. However, inevitably, their conversation would always take the same turn. "You could remove it, couldn't you?" Dr. Bright asked, referring to SCP-963, the amulet he wore around his neck. "Or nullify it somehow?" The anomalous artifact was bound to Jack Bright, allowing his consciousness to be passed from one host body to the next, granting him functional immortality. Although over time, his extended lifespan has felt less and less like a gift, and more like a curse. SCP-343 had already been aware of this, thanks to them having the same conversation over a number of years. He'd known Dr. Bright for longer than most others working at the Foundation, and knew how badly the researcher wanted to die. But every time, SCP-343 would deny Jack's request.
Jack, you know I could.
"But you won't." The Foundation doctor finished the sentence. "Why not? Will you explain that to me?"
Because I know why you're asking.
"And why am I?" Jack probed further, calm, not raising his voice.
It's not that you're tired of being alive for so long, although it may be how it feels, SCP-343 explained. But you only feel that way because you're unfulfilled. You have this gift of immortality, and what do you use it for? You work, all you do is work. Just because you no longer have the short life everyone else has, doesn't mean you should stop living, Jack. You devote yourself to the Foundation, all its SCPs and horrors. Go out and do something for yourself every so often. Go to a party, meet people, or make something. Create a piece of art. You could even try making a movie. What's the worst that could happen? That's why I won't remove the amulet, Jack. Because I want you to have a chance to enjoy your extra time."
1:30 p.m. After finishing his lunch with Dr. Bright, SCP-343 takes some time out of his day for recreation. Completely unbeknownst to the Foundation, SCP-343 phases out of reality, as we understand it, and enters an extra-dimensional space, an astral plane, some might call it. While there, SCP-343 likes to enjoy a game of solitaire, conjuring a deck of playing cards from nothing and using them to play. Solitaire is a basic game, and once based on chance, how easy or difficult it is to complete rows of cards all in their matching set is all down to the random arrangement of the deck. That could be why SCP-343 likes playing a game like solitaire. He has the ability, so he claims, to create or unmake any part of the universe, to go anywhere or to do anything. If he wanted to, the cards could always be in the perfect order for him to finish the game in a few seconds. But where would be the fun? Most, if not all, of SCP-343's behavior seems to imply that despite his untold levels of reality warping power, he enjoys giving up control, or at least the illusion of not having to control everything around him. Playing with a completely random deck of cards feels very much in line with that aspect of his personality. If SCP-343 wanted to, he could always draw the right cards he needed for his solitaire games, but then he would be giving up that illusion of not having control. In much the same vein, he could very easily erase the universe's most dangerous anomalies, or even destroy the SCP Foundation with little effort if he wanted to. And yet, he opts instead to go through the motions, to let the deck of cards stay in random order. 4 p.m. By the time that afternoon is about to become evening, there's normally a bit of commotion at Site-17, all caused by SCP-343. Given how large the SCP Foundation is, and how expansive the organization's various facilities and operations are, inevitably someone who hasn't heard about SCP-343 eventually learns of his existence. When another group within the Foundation learns that Site-17 is accommodating a potentially dangerous SCP with the ability to warp reality on a completely unknown scale, it tends to cause a little panic. Requisitioning a mobile task force, a site director from another facility stormed into Site-17. He demanded to be shown to SCP-343's quarters, despite protests from the on-site staff, while reassured the director that there was nothing to worry about. They had all worked with SCP-343, all conversed with him, and knew him to be benevolent. But that just gave the site director more cause for concern. If SCP-343 could really do anything, surely he could have influenced how the personnel at Site-17 perceived him, via some cognito-hazardous means that meant they only thought he was harmless. Bursting into SCP-343's room with the MTF troopers, the site director demanded that the powerful reality warper explain himself. By this point, this happened enough times that SCP-343 just used the sudden intrusion as an excuse to leave the facility again for a while. He never even acknowledged that the agents from another part of the Foundation were trying to confine him. He merely got up and walked away. Even when the site director, who was a far more trigger-happy one this time around, commanded his men to open fire, SCP-343 was unfazed. The bullets from the MTF's weapons had no effect, melting into nothing practically the second they exited the barrel of their guns. Ignoring angered shouts to sit back down and stay put, SCP-343 casually walked off, disappearing through a wall and leaving the site director and MTF scrambling to track down where he'd gone to now. 7 p.m. The wider SCP Foundation was thrown into a state of panic, all while the reassurances of the Site-17 staff fell on deaf ears. It didn't matter how many times they said that SCP-343 would come back in his own time. The Foundation were already scouring the Earth looking for the reality-warping old man. Of course, few people think to look for you when you hide out in a specific, quiet old town in Belgium. SCP-343 had decided to take a sightseeing tour of Europe, while the SCP Foundation attempted to track him down. Every time he sensed that their agents were nearby, he vanished to another scenic location. He enjoyed being around people. Their lives were so short and fleeting compared to his. The novelty of spending time walking among his creations never seemed to wear thin. They spent their lives fretting over concerns that seemed so trivial to a being who could see the entire cosmic scope of everything that existed. And yet, it was these ordinary people who had built great cities and civilizations, who had developed culture and art beyond anything SCP-343 could have ever anticipated when he created them, if he actually did create them. His tour across Europe had brought SCP-343 to Bruges, the oldest and most well-preserved medieval town in Belgium. He stood at the top of an old clock tower, looking out at the view of the buildings and the canal that ran through Bruges. He was impressed at how long a place like this, made by man, had stood the test of time. An old man came to join SCP-343, having observed him in the tower and thinking he looked lonely. The pair of them got to chatting. The reality warper revealed who he was. Much to the man's surprise, he found himself believing the outlandish claim that this stranger had indeed made the whole universe. The old man proceeded to ask about the meaning of life and the universe, what everything meant and was for. 42, SCP-343 answered, smirking, still staring out over Bruges. The old man looked confused. Oh, that's just a joke from a book I quite enjoyed. 8 p.m. SCP-343's sightseeing break did not end in Belgium. In fact, it didn't even stay confined to Earth for very long. The SCP Foundation, the ones who weren't stationed at Site-17, were still on the lookout for the reality-warping old man, although they were still yet to turn their gaze upwards. Without any fanfare nor any explosive teleportation, SCP-343 just popped into existence, standing on the surface of the moon. He basked in the Earthlight for a while, looking at the view of the entire world. From here, it seems so much smaller, still colossal in size compared to SCP-343 himself, but it was the distance. Everything seemed so far away, so microscopic that for a mortal, it might be hard to comprehend. But for SCP-343, he could see it clearly, a world teeming with life. He turned his gaze to the infinite expanse of space, the whole universe beyond, stars burning against an inky blackness. As he stood looking up at the solar system, like someone admiring their handiwork, he spotted something that surprised him. A few million kilometers from the sun was an old Volkswagen microbus. This was SCP-1958, a vehicle that had been heavily modified by a group of friends so that they could leave Earth and go travel the cosmos together. They had initially been successful and had planned to visit Alpha Centauri, a star system in the constellation of Centaurus. Unfortunately, a miscalculation meant it would take millions of years to reach their destination. Ultimately, the entire group on board SCP-1958 had perished, lost in space. While he was saddened to know of their deaths, thanks to his omniscience, SCP-343 could hardly blame the group of young friends for wanting to travel to the stars. He might not have chosen to do so in an old microbus, but he could understand why they would go to such lengths to fly away from Earth. It truly was beautiful up here in space, SCP-343 thought. 10 p.m. Having decided he'd been gone for long enough, SCP-343 thought it was about time that he should be making his way back to Site-17. He'd given the SCP Foundation enough of a runaround for one day. SCP-343 would finally settle back into the comfort of his cell, exactly where he wanted to be. He had it. He still couldn't believe that he had it. Very few professional thieves managed to steal something so valuable right from under the nose of the SCP Foundation, and even fewer lived to tell anyone about it. Kasdan gripped the bag in one hand, holding on to it so tightly, his knuckles felt like they might split. He was drenched in nervous sweat, the clamminess of his palms leaving an imprint on the material of the duffel bag. Its precious contents moved around loosely. Every time it jostled and knocked against him, Kasdan had to fight the urge to unzip the bag, just to remind himself this was all actually happening. But he resisted. He knew the mask wanted not only to be seen, but to be heard as well. The earpiece his client had provided was doing its job, keeping the whispers at bay, dampening the telepathic aura enough to ensure that Kasdan retained control over his own faculties. The bag, he'd been told, would also hopefully dampen the powers of the mask's corrosive fluid. He'd been prepped extensively for this job, more than any other in his long and storied criminal career. It had taken months of planning, staking out the home of a Foundation researcher, stealing his access card, and slipping into the heavily guarded facility undetected. As if that hadn't been hard enough, he then had to find the right containment cell containing what he'd been hired to steal. Just like any heist, the timing was everything. He had to make sure he was there on the exact day the glass container housing his target was due to be replaced, thanks to corrosion damage, having been gradually melted and worn away over time. At an intensely precise moment on precisely the right day, Kasdan had to enter the cell and sedate not only the research staff that had come to swap out the glass container, but the armed guards posted outside too. Then, it was just a case of slipping on the specialized gloves he'd been issued, grabbing the mask, and stashing it in the bag with protective lining to stop it from being corroded during transit. All things considered, Kasdan had been doing pretty well, given the circumstances. That was until he heard the blare of alarms ringing out. His heart, which had already been drumming away in his chest through sheer nerves, now began beating so fast it threatened to crack his ribs. Panic shot through his entire system, and at that moment, all sense of rationality was dropped faster than a lead balloon. Any further attempts at subterfuge were pointless. Why keep hiding? Surely the alarms were for him, Kasdan thought, and immediately started running, losing all cover. He barged past a pair of Foundation researchers in lab coats, knocking them both to the ground. A storm of paper files they'd been carrying were hurled up into the air, a temporary smoke screen to cover Kasdan's panicked escape. One foot launching past the other, he barreled down the facility's corridors the same way he'd come in. If he was quick, he might make it before they sealed the exits and trapped him inside. The chances were slim, and Kasdan knew it. But he was left with no other choice apart from letting the SCP Foundation catch him, hauling him off to God knows where for interrogation. He barreled past more Foundation staff, some of them holding their hands out to try and stop him as they figured out what the alarms were for and why Kasdan was running. Shoving one out of the way, he felt something snag at the lab coat he'd worn as a disguise. One of the researchers had him. Kicking a leg back, Kasdan clipped the man's knee and whipped himself free of the coat, not letting him stop from running. He was close now, so close to the door he'd come in through. If he could just pass this corner, he'd be home free. The clomp of multiple heavy steel-toed tactical boots came rushing through the entrance to meet him. A squad of men, one of the Foundation's infamous mobile task forces, were hurtling towards Kasdan like a tidal wave wearing all-black combat gear. He skidded as he tried to turn back the way he'd come, stumbling over his feet as he was chased by the sound of angry shouts commanding him to freeze, drop the bag, and get on the ground. Kasdan dared not look over his shoulder, catching hints of the oncoming MTF agents in his peripheral vision, compelling him to keep running. But with no idea where to go, and 4 heavily armed operatives clipping at his heels, there was little hope of escaping now. A powerful weighty force struck Kasdan's back, knocking the air out of his lungs as it pushed him over and kept him pinned to the floor. He could barely move as the agent tackled him, gasping as he desperately tried to pull his breath back. The rest of the squad gathered around him, all yelling and warning him not to move. But there was another sound. No, another voice drowning out the soldiers. The earpiece, the one thing keeping his mind safe. It was gone. It must have fallen out when he hit the ground, and now the mask could get in. The whispering was unintelligible. Nonsense, really. Kasdan couldn't clearly make out what it was saying. He only knew it had quickly become the only thing he could hear, and how it made him feel. He had to put the mask on. It was such a strong compulsion. It felt like so much more than a want, a desire to wear it. It was a need. The bag was so close, dropped to the floor where he had been tackled. If he could just reach it and tear the zipper open, he'd have the mask in his hands. Rolling over, Kasdan lashed out at the MTF operative, catching him by surprise as his fist connected with the man's balaclava-covered face. The agent was stunned, lifting some of his weight that had been pinning the thief down, just enough for Kasdan to free his other hand. Another pair of agents tried to hold his flailing arms to the ground, only for him to reach up and pull one of them face first into the concrete floor with a bloody crunch. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Kasdan moved like a man possessed, hurling the agent on his other arm into the first who had tackled him. Slipping out from underneath the crumpled agents, he crawled on his stomach as far and as fast as he could. Kasdan desperately scrambled for the duffel bag. It was so close, a mere few inches away. his fingertips brushing up against it as he reached, but he couldn't grab it, as much as he felt that overwhelming need to. His feet were still buried under the weight of the MTF operators and their gear, stopping him from reaching any further, until one of the agents moved, just enough to free Kasdan's foot. Everything seemed to move in slow motion. The MTF soldiers were reaching out to pull Kasdan off the floor. As his hand shot forward and tightly gripped the straps of his bag, he could feel hands wrapped in tactical gloves gripping at his shirt. In that same instant, he wrenched the bag towards him and pulled down the zipper. He had to get what was inside, even if it killed him. He barely noticed his earpiece getting crunched under the heavy combat boot of one of the agents. Instead, he was inhaling fumes from the interior of the bag, its specialized inner lining already melting thanks to the viscous black substance secreting from the mask. Kasdan didn't even register the pain in his hands when he reached inside, the secretion corroding his bare skin as he retrieved what he'd been hired to steal, what he so now desperately needed to put on his face: SCP-035, the possessive mask. Time felt like it had ground to a halt, freezing everyone. Kasdan stared for a split second at the white porcelain surface of the mask. It felt like it was glaring hatefully at him, thanks to its exaggerated tragedy grimace. It was almost as if it disapproved of Kasdan, as if he was somehow unworthy of it. But holding it in his hands, the compulsion to put on SCP-035 was now so unbearable. Oblivious to the Foundation agents around him who were trying in vain to restrain him again, Kasdan tipped his face into the mask, and everything went black. It was like being half asleep, his awareness of certain things stripped away. Things like the pain searing his face, a gradual acidic burning that was eating away at his flesh, corroding his body. And yet Kasdan could still feel occasional sensations, tremors running up his arms as his fists made contact with something, then pulled back and struck again, leaving behind something wet on his knuckles. But he couldn't see. All around him was shrouded in darkness. He knew his body was moving, maybe even walking, taking him somewhere, but he had no clue where, and no control anymore. It was like something else had pushed his mind out of the driver's seat, and now had both its corruptive hands on the wheel. His mind was now lost in the blackness, shut down, gone. It was only when he came back around that Kasdan felt the sheer, unrelenting agony fully wash over him. The mask was off again, leaving him a scorched, screaming mess. He was laying on the floor of another containment cell. This one was different from the one he'd stolen SCP-035 from. It was less heavily guarded, minimal security. It might not even have been in the same facility. Kasdan had no idea how long he'd been wearing the mask for. All he knew, apart from the intense pain of the corrosive black sludge breaking his body down and the bloodstains on his hands and clothes, was that he wasn't alone. Someone else was there with him. Kasdan didn't know the strangest part of all of this. He should be dead. No, he was dead. Much like Dr. Bright's medallion, the possessive mask typically wipes the human mind like OxyClean. If he was back, it meant somebody brought him back. Somebody with truly great power. Craning his head up, he caught sight of the cell's only other occupant. Even squinting through his stinging eyes, Kasdan couldn't make out exactly where the other man was from, only that he was much older. He was looking down at Kasdan writhing on the floor. There was something almost sad lingering in his eyes. There was a kind sympathy behind them, not just from looking at someone with such severe injuries, but an almost apologetic gaze, like he was sorry that the pain even existed in the first place.
Glad to see you back, my son,
the old man said.
It's been a while since I've needed to pull someone back from that deep in the darkness. I was worried I'd be a little rusty.
The old man gently reached a hand out towards him and took Kasdan's pain away. He didn't heal him, not fully, just hit pause on his wounds. But before he could thank the kind stranger, the mask started whispering again. Only this time, it was calling to the old man. No longer hurting, but still reeling from what SCP-035 had done to him, Kasdan tried to stop the man, calling with a rasping voice, begging him not to listen to the possessive mask's call. He didn't seem as spellbound as Kasdan had been. In fact, the old man almost just looked like he was going through the motions, pacing over to where SCP-035 lay on the cell floor, picking it up,
and just like Kasdan had done, he lifted the porcelain mask over his wrinkled, wizened face. Helpless, unable to do anything other than watch on in horror, Kasdan couldn't help but notice the tragic frown carved onto the surface of SCP-035 had shifted. Now, it was a wide, gaping smile, a comedic grin, with nothing but ill intent behind it. While he had no idea who the old man was, some swirling, sickening feeling in the pit of Kasdan's stomach told him nothing good could come from putting that twisted mask over another anomalous being. If he had only known that SCP-343 was colloquially nicknamed God by the Foundation's staff, and was widely believed to be the sole creator of the entire universe, then Kasdan would have used all his strength to pull the mask off of the old man's face and smash it to pieces. But it was already too late. The very second the possessive mask slipped over SCP-343's face, the ground shook violently, like the very earth itself was afraid of what had just happened. Still watching from the cell floor, Kasdan looked at this combined creature. It stood still for a moment, slowly breathing through the mask, before it lifted its hands and appeared to examine them. The comedy smile on SCP-035 made it seem like the mask itself was looking with a warped sense of glee at its new host body. More of that same black goo was being secreted out from beneath the mask. Drops of it were rolling off the old man's shoulders. They landed on the cell floor, melting tiny, burning holes as the substance dripped down through the concrete and steel of the facility. His body being puppeteered by the mask on his face, the old man wiped a smear of the sludge away with his hand, looking at it in his fingers. It wasn't melting him the same way it had to Kasdan. Usually, the corrosive secretion that SCP-035 naturally produced proved to be its weakness, melting the bodies of its human hosts and eventually destroying them, leaving the mask without a form to pilot. SCP-343, on the other hand, was only humanoid in shape, and far beyond any mortal being that the possessive mask had ever enthralled. The combined being, corruptive mask and omnipotent god, raised its hands high, like a conductor before an orchestra. From the spot he lay in, Kasdan watched in horror as every member of staff in the facility was pulled up through the floor, or dragged screaming through the walls, piping and brickwork tearing through them. This was a minimum security Foundation wing, far more relaxed with only a handful of staff and a light force of guards. Still, to SCP-035, it didn't matter how many there were. It was enough to make a start. The wrinkly hands of its new hosts clenched sharply. The Foundation staff, all suspended in mid-air, suddenly exploded. Each one of them, every researcher and guard, erupted into a fireball, burning white-hot like heated metal before fizzling out. There was nothing left. No scraps of clothing, no remains. They just weren't. If it wanted to, SCP-035 would have thrown its head back and laughed maniacally. In some strange way, Kasdan thought that might have been better. Instead, it was silent, the mask's wide, soulless grin conveying its twisted delight well enough. It turned to face the wall, thick layers of concrete standing between it and the outside world, and began stepping forward, so completely casually that it was unnerving. With its first step, the walls of the cell surrounding the SCP-035 and SCP-343 hybrid, as well as Kasdan, began to crumble away. With the second, the corridor outside did the same, falling apart without any exertion of effort from the masked god. Each and every step further, more of the building around them was chipped away, carving a path through rooms and research stations towards the edge of the site. It was as though the concrete and brickwork, the dense, heavy materials that constructed the facility, suddenly had the consistency of wet sand, and SCP-035 and its new host were the tides coming in, washing away all in their path. No longer in pain, but his body distorted beyond repair, Kasdan forced himself up off the ground at last. Weakly, he limped after the creature, thinking in vain he had any chance to stand against a being with the unbridled power of a god and the infinite cruelty and malice of the possessive mask. If he could just get close enough, Kasdan thought, he could tear the mask away, freeing the old man. He wouldn't be able to stop himself from putting it on a second time, but perhaps it was better that Kasdan wore it and let its black ooze melt him down. At least the wise, kindly old man would be able to get far enough away from SCP-035's influence, and Kasdan could, at least in part, put this right. After all, he'd stolen the mask from the Foundation. This all started with him. As the hybrid reached the farthest wall, the barrier turned to glass and shattered. The combined monster looked out over the waiting, helpless world. Through SCP-343, the possessive mask had control over chaos and creation alike, and nothing on Earth that could challenge it. Not the Foundation, not humanity, not even other anomalies. Lifting its still, lifeless, grinning mask upwards, the sky darkened, the deafening boom of thunder ringing out above. Forked bolts of deep orange lightning cracked across the atmosphere as what was left of the Foundation facility dissolved behind the masked god. Though it was facing out towards a world that would soon crumble as easily as this building, the creature could see everything, far beyond where it stood, the lives of billions upon billions. All at once, it watched plants grow while others wilted, animals born only to die, humans living out their ritualistic existences, each one of them gradually heading for the same fate. And through all of that, it saw a hand trembling behind it, reaching for its mask. Kasdan. He was so close, fingertips just about to brush the porcelain surface of SCP-035, when suddenly the mask and the old man wearing it were gone. Kasdan turned around in confusion, only to find it was now standing behind him. It reached out one of the wrinkled, bony old hands and touched a single finger on his forehead. Kasdan blinked, and he was back. Back before the heist, before any of the wanton devastation had begun. He recognized the room he was in, and sat in the very same place where his mysterious benefactor had approached him with a seemingly impossible job: to steal a mask from the SCP Foundation. Sure enough, sitting across the table, obscured by shadow, was the client. But behind his eyes, Kasdan was trapped, helpless as he watched himself live out the same events that had led to the mask being placed on the face of God. He couldn't change the course of history, couldn't avert the apocalypse that was already happening. All he could do was watch, his heart sinking as his client pushed a file across the table, opening it to reveal a photograph of his target, the thing he wanted Kasdan to steal: SCP-035, the possessive mask. And meanwhile, back in the new hell of its own creation, the mask was having some real fun.
The Scarlet King is a really bad guy. He's a giant interdimensional nightmare god, intent on breaching our reality and wreaking terrible havoc on everything we know and love. He's been responsible for untold suffering and chaos across countless worlds, timelines, and layers of reality. To many, he's even somewhat of a final boss to the SCP Foundation. And just when you think he couldn't get any worse, it turns out that he's also a deadbeat dad. Not only did the Scarlet King once have a cult literally named the Children of the Scarlet King, before it was destroyed by Dr. Montauk and the SCP Foundation, he also had at least 7 actual children. Each one is speculated to be a powerful anomaly, but it's tough to find concrete answers as to who or what exactly most of them are. So today we're putting on our researcher hats and digging deep into the Foundation's lore to present our theories on the potential progeny of the SCP Foundation's greatest enemy. And if nothing else, we may finally be able to get this Dark Lord of all evil to start paying all the child support he probably owes by now. First, if you're not well versed in Scarlet King lore, you may be wondering, how exactly does an evil chaos god have kids? Is there a Scarlet Queen out there who prefers to stay out of the limelight? The answer isn't quite that simple, and it has everything to do with SCP-231 and Big Red's most devoted cult, the non-biological children of the Scarlet King. They kidnapped a group of 7 girls and performed a number of dark rituals that resulted in them becoming vessels for the Scarlet King's 7 terrible kids. These 7 girls have become known as SCP-231. Anyone who accesses those files, and trust us, they aren't a pretty sight, will find that the containment procedures mostly involve performing the infamous Montauk procedure on the surviving girls to keep them from giving birth. 6 of the 7 brides have given birth to nightmares beyond comprehension and are now dead, with only 1 still remaining successfully contained. But here at the SCP Foundation, you need to learn to comprehend the incomprehensible. According to a classified document, SCP-231 may technically be a neutralized anomaly without us even knowing. And incidentally, this gives us our most certain answer on the Children of the Scarlet King, On this one, the apple fell very, very far from the tree. According to the secret document, SCP-999, that's right, the adorable tickle monster, is the 7th child of the Scarlet King. He must be so disappointed that everyone's favorite little blob didn't want to join the family business of absolute evil. For anyone who doesn't know, SCP-999 is a slimy yellow entity that only seems capable of absolute compassion. It brings joy to everyone in its presence, and with prolonged exposure it can even cure disorders like PTSD, anxiety, and depression. He's so good at this that he even cured SCP-231-7, his de facto mother, of her trauma, and allowed her to return happily to her family after some amnestic treatment. The Scarlet King has another good reason to be ashamed of his cheerful blobby son. Ancient Dividi prophecy dictates that SCP-999 may someday become so powerful that his force of absolute love and good overwhelms the Scarlet King's evil and chaos. Think of him as the Luke Skywalker to the Scarlet King's Darth Vader, though we probably can't expect a cool lightsaber battle between them anytime soon. How disappointing. So if SCP-999 is the quiet, sensitive black sheep of the Scarlet family, who's the golden child who makes his evil father proud? The real chip off the old block? That would be our dear reptilian friend, SCP-682, the malicious lizard heavily implied to be a child of the Scarlet King. If you know literally anything about 682, your reaction to finding out that he's the spawn of cruelty personified is probably, yeah, that makes sense. Just as SCP-999 is the Scarlet King's innocent, optimistic young child, 682 is kind of like his edgy teenager. Still in the middle of a misanthropic phase, he shows no sign of leaving anytime soon. The fact that 682 appears to find anything about the world around him utterly disgusting seems to be a trait he inherited from his dear old dad. And the fact he seems pretty much impossible to kill also lends credence to the popular theory he's got nightmare god blood running through his veins. 682 has also started displaying a particular hatred for 999 ever since an incident where 999 tickled him into submission, so family dinners are probably extra awkward for these two. 999 and 682 are the most certain children, but that still leaves us with 5 more children to identify. It's worth remembering that the waters are murkier from here on in, but we've searched far and wide through the Foundation archives to find possible answers. If your interpretation differs, remember that it's just a theory, an SCP-explained theory. Thankfully, we do have some assistance here. The tale Dust and Blood hinted at what each of the 7 children of the Scarlet King represents, and that may help us narrow down our choices here. To put things into perspective, it's believed that 682 was the 4th child to be born, representing wrath, and 999 was the 7th, representing hope. According to this tale, the first of the 7 children represents dominion, and as a result, is skilled in the ways of war and has the power to lead the king's forces to victory. According to one Foundation theorist, this child could potentially be SCP-239, also known as the Witch Child. This entity is so powerful that, as part of its normal containment procedures, it's eternally kept in a coma. Why? Because this seemingly normal child has dominion over reality and can change it to her whims. Her thoughts are so powerful that just her brainwaves can damage physical matter, and she can make things disappear or manifest in an instant. She's also impossible to kill, with skin that's almost totally impenetrable. Much like SCP-682, she's also frighteningly strong in both the offense and defense department. We're talking about such a powerful telepath that Dr. Clef has campaigned for her immediate termination, just because it's safer that way. This is certainly a frightening wonderkin that the Scarlet King would be proud to call his daughter. Next, the 2nd child. According to the prophecy, this child represents longing. The child has the power to bring forth armies, which will help the Scarlet King in his conquest. For this, we actually have a pretty unconventional theory. SCP-029, also known as the Daughter of Darkness. If the name alone wasn't enough to suggest that she's got an extremely sinister father, she also fits the profile of being very aggressive and incredibly hard to kill. But even more damning is her connections to the symbology of longing. One of her most dangerous powers is causing men to fall into almost trance-like devotion to her. After spending time around her, they're suddenly willing to murder in her honor, strangling their victims in hopes of raising Kali, the Hindu god of destruction.
whom has many similarities to the Scarlet King. She certainly fits the bill of someone capable of raising armies in the Dark Lord's name. One strike against our Scarlet King connection theory is that the file states the Daughter of Darkness was first discovered in India, which wouldn't match up with the other information we know to be fact. However, while this is a long shot, given the sensitive nature of everything involving the Scarlet King, it's extremely possible that false information was supplied to bury the connection. Considering the cover-ups and lies involving anomalies like SCP-1000, this certainly isn't an unprecedented move on the part of the Foundation. Next, the third child. This child is associated with all things desolation, implying destruction, fire, ashes, pestilence, and death across the battlefield. When it comes to spreading destruction and death on a mass scale, one particular SCP comes to mind: SCP-058, the Heart of Darkness. This creature has Scarlet King written all over it. It's evil, it's mysterious, it's pretty much impossible to kill, and it causes mass casualties every time it escapes its containment chamber. It causes fires, whips people to death with its razor-sharp tendrils, and sprays highly corrosive acid from its scorpion-like tail. And it's even red. Given that we know for a fact this entity suddenly emerged out of something that's now been expunged from the records in an undisclosed site, it's extremely possible that the entity 058 came from was SCP-231-3. This is a child that the Scarlet King would definitely be proud of, given that it's impossible to reason with and feels solely motivated by causing destruction, misery, and chaos. We can't think of an entity that better suits the desolation moniker than SCP-058. Next, skipping past SCP-682 at number 4, the fifth child of the Scarlet King is associated with the loose concept of lack. The prophecy then goes into more detail, saying that this child is powerful in the ways of magic and is able to use their abilities to cause great destruction. Here we have another unconventional proposal. What if child number 5 wasn't actually a child, but children? That's because we think this description perfectly fits SCP-1765, the nightmarish reality warping sisters, who we think may actually be triplets of the Scarlet King's fifth bride. Now hear us out. These are actually some of the most powerful enemies the Foundation has ever attempted to contain, and we know nothing about their past before being bound to a few objects by the Serpent's hand. These sadistic reality warpers are so devastatingly powerful that the only action the Foundation can take against them is letting them have free reign over the containment site they currently inhabit. All the Foundation can do is hope they never get bored of tormenting the people inside. As we all know, the Scarlet King despises science, progress, and order, so perhaps a perfect punishment for the Foundation in his many eyes is giving them a taste of their own medicine. The sisters, though particularly their ringleader, are a perverse shadow of the Foundation's love of the scientific method. They take these methods and use them for an activity that the Scarlet King finds much more enjoyable: tormenting and killing people. Whenever these crafty triplets set their mind to it, their horrifically powerful magic is able to cause massive devastation, just like the prophecy for the fifth bride's offspring dictates. And finally, the sixth child of the Scarlet King. The concept associated with this one is hidden, meaning it can change its face and walk unnoticed through creation. It's also said to have the responsibility of opening the ways between worlds and allowing the war to end all wars to first begin. There have been a huge number of guesses for this spot, with some even suggesting SCP-055, the anti-meme. But since we're having fun here, we also want to make an even wilder suggestion. We posit that the sixth child of the Scarlet King is Allison Chow, also known as LS and the Black Queen, the most powerful member of the Serpent's Hand. We get it, we have a lot of explaining to do, but hear us out. Allison Chow is a member of the Serpent's Hand, or technically many members. Multiple versions of her exist across parallel dimensions in the SCP multiverse. They're mostly all estranged daughters of Foundation researcher Dr. Charles Gears. This estrangement leads them to collaborate in the Wanderer's Library, the secret base of the Serpent's Hand, to conduct raids on the Foundation in revenge. But what if the leader of these alternate Allisons had an ulterior motive? Because in the infinite number of possibilities offered by the multiverse, this one was not the daughter of Charles Gears.
but the Scarlet King. She's merely using the pain of her counterparts to manipulate them into accomplishing her true father's goal, undermining the SCP Foundation. Let's break it down. The hidden child is prophesied to walk unnoticed through creation. Not only does Allison Chow appear human, the use of SCP-268, a newsboy cap that causes the wearer to become unnoticed, allows her to walk anywhere through creation without being detected. But most importantly of all, the hidden child is said to be the one who opens the way for the Scarlet King's entrance into our dimension. And Allison Chow has access to the Wanderer's library, an unfettered access point between dimensions. If one of the infinite Allisons was the secret daughter of the Scarlet King, would the Wanderer's library not be a perfect way for him to leave his own dimension and enter ours? She could be the final piece he needs, hidden under the nose of the Foundation and the Serpent's hand, making all the secret power plays to allow for the Scarlet King's eventual bloody revenge on our world. Unless, of course, SCP-999, the family disappointment, stops him first. We realize that some of these theories may seem surprising, but when it comes to the anomalous, especially the Scarlet King, the only thing you can ever expect is the unexpected. Do you agree with our theories? If not, who do you think are the children of the Scarlet King? Let us know down in the comments. One thing is for certain. We hope we never meet any of the terrible tyrant's nasty children. Except the Tickle Monster, of course. He can hang with us anytime.
Panic had set in. Researchers were frantic. There was a buzz of activity, not born of excitement, but from sheer, widespread fear. The Scarlet King was coming. Nobody at the Foundation knew when or even how the monstrous multiversal tyrant would spring free and bring endless chaos with him, but everyone knew it would be soon. They'd all had the same warning, the same nightmare. In fact, it wasn't just the Foundation either. The entire world had shivered in their sleep, sharing in the bad dream of the destruction that was yet to come. The personnel of the SCP Foundation were on high alert. Of course, the organization had been aware of the impending threat of the Scarlet King for longer than almost anyone else, but that was part of the problem. Through some anomalous dream had by everyone on Earth, now everyone else knew. The Foundation was less interested in uncovering the source of the nightmare, and more trying to counteract its potential side effects. That was what potentially offered the Scarlet King the power he needed to enter into reality after all. The more people knew about him, tried to understand or to find the eldritch entity, the more power he was able to obtain.
"We have an army!"
One member of personnel chimed in during a frantic debate.
"We have an almost unlimited fighting force that are specially trained to handle anomalous threats, the MTF." "Are you crazy?"
Another argued.
"The MTFs are certainly not unlimited. At any rate, the Scarlet King might be one of the most powerful beings in the entire multiverse. How can our troops, even our anomalous units, even hope to stand against that? You're proposing sending our people into a slaughter."
They'd all be wiped out in a moment, one of the other researchers concurred. "We need to be focusing our efforts on the amnestic rollout. If we can distribute enough to the population, we can wipe their collective memories of the dream from the other night. They'll forget, and that should slow the approach of the Scarlet King."
"Slow him, maybe, but it won't stop him,"
the first retorted.
"Full-scale retaliation is still our best option. Even now, while we try to come up with a strategy that could be enough to draw him in, we're willing him into existence as we speak." What about deploying another SCP?
Came a voice from the edge of the group. It belonged to junior researcher Jake Harrison, a relatively new member of the Foundation who had been reading up on files related to the Scarlet King. He knew that in trying to understand and come up with a way to best the murderous multiversal warlord, that he was inadvertently feeding him power. But Jake seemed to have stumbled on the one solution that everyone else had overlooked. There was already another anomaly that might have been perfectly suited for defeating the Scarlet King. "What do you suggest, Harrison?" one of the other researchers spat. "You really think something like 682 would be willing to work with us and destroy the Scarlet King? That's absurd." "I heard 682 is meant to be one of the Scarlet King's children," another remarked.
"No, not 682.
Jake argued, turning to the researcher that had just made a comment about the entity's supposed children, a group of anomalies that we believe to have been born of the Scarlet King himself.
But you're on the right track.
We use SCP-999. The group of researchers looked dumbfounded at Jake. He couldn't tell if they were about to yell at him or they would all burst out laughing.
To his surprise, they actually looked to be considering his proposal. It was widely believed that SCP-999, the adorable blob of orange slime known as the Tickle Monster, was actually the final child of the Scarlet King. "That's not entirely implausible," one of the researchers answered. SCP-999 is believed to be an ultimate force for good that could, in theory, defeat his father. The Scarlet King is meant to be unparalleled chaos. The two could cancel each other out, another theorized. But the Tickle Monster, sorry, SCP-999, it's an infant, a child, someone else pointed out. Even if it could one day beat the Scarlet King, it's nowhere near strong enough to yet. We might have days, minutes even, before he arrives, and I don't know if 999 has the power to stop his father. Then what if we could make him stronger? Jake replied, a risky idea brewing in his head. Surely you aren't suggesting. Suddenly a loud rumbling rang out, like an earthquake, only much louder. And instead of coming from the ground below, the noise was coming from the sky. The Foundation's researchers raced to the nearest window or ran out of the buildings they were in to turn their gazes upward. Scored across the sky above was a deep, blood-red crack, a wound in the fabric of reality itself. It was huge, almost covering one horizon to the next, and everyone looking at it knew what it meant. That crack in the sky heralded the approach of the Scarlet King. Junior researcher Harrison spent the next hour impatiently trying to get a hold of someone, anyone who could approve his proposal. The O5 Council were already swamped with suggestions for how to stop the Scarlet King, each one contributing to his rapid approach. Eventually, Jake made it through and spoke directly with a representative, an underling for the O5 Council. "Listen to me," he urged. "I know this isn't your department, but I need someone to sign off on this, please. The lives of everyone in this reality could depend on it." "What are you proposing?" "The clockworks, SCP-914, Jake answered. "We place SCP-999 inside, speed up the process, and make him strong enough to stop the Scarlet King." It was an astronomical gamble, using the anomalous improvement machine, constructed of a multitude of clockwork components, cogs, gyros, gears. SCP-914 was a device that could be used to enhance or refine any object placed inside its input booth. Depending on the setting, items could be transformed, destroyed, or vastly improved using the clockworks. Rough setting disintegrated any test subject, while coarse dismantled it to its base components. One-to-one replaced any item with an almost identical copy. Then there were the fine and very fine settings. The former would cause 914 to improve any item and the later capable of the same, but with one key difference. Very fine would refine an object even more, usually by giving it anomalous properties. Jake had read up on SCP-914 and knew that the Foundation had permitted researchers to conduct tests using the machine. However, following a catastrophic test, nothing organic could be tested in SCP-914. That was a strict rule. No biological organism or living thing of any description was to be placed within the clockworks. It was Jake's hope, however, that desperate times called for desperate measures. Surely, with the Scarlet King almost upon them, the Council would waive the restriction and allow SCP-999 to undergo refinement. The O5 Council representative's voice cut out after Jake made his suggestion. There was a long pause. Even without the pressure of incoming calamity, the silence seemed to extend for a painfully long time. Suddenly, someone else spoke up in their place, a modulated, distorted voice. It quickly became clear to Jake that he was talking directly to a member of the O5 Council. Under a different set of circumstances, he might have felt honored, but right now it was almost as scary as the threat of destruction by the Scarlet King. "Listen closely, junior researcher," the council member said on the other end of the comm line. "You may think you understand SCP-914. You may even think that it might aid us in stopping the current crisis, but you are far, far mistaken. You will cease this current course of action immediately. Your proposal has been denied." "But wait!" Jake protested. "Surely it could work. I know biological material isn't permitted inside the clockworks, but that doesn't mean it can't affect living matter. SCP-999 is a living organism. If he really is everything we think he is, and we just put him through the refinement process, he could—"
"No, Researcher Harrison," the voice barked. "Using the clockworks would mean we risk losing 999.
"What are you talking about?"
You appear to have a fundamental misunderstanding of SCP-914, junior researcher.
the council member chastised. "It doesn't merely improve upon existing objects, but replaces them with a new version it creates. If we were to place 999 inside, the creature as we know it would be gone forever. And if it really is capable of stopping this catastrophe, we will then have lost our ultimate weapon against the Scarlet King."
But
Jake tried to say. "Enough! Every second we waste discussing our options, the more power the Scarlet King is able to amass."
so why don't we stop talking and actually do something?
The young researcher shouted, giving in to his frustration and losing his temper. The comm line went dead. There was no one on the other end anymore. Another rumbling sound rippled through the building, even louder than the last tremor. Jake ran towards a nearby window and looked out in horror. It was already too late. The red crack above had split open wider, and like a tidal wave, hordes of nightmarish creatures came spilling out, raining down on the world. And commanding them, sending forth his minions in a flood of destruction, was the Scarlet King himself. Jake was done waiting for permission from the council. He sprinted as fast as he could through the facility, past panicked researchers fleeing for their lives, while security officers and MTF troops abandoned their posts in the futile hope they could survive the end of this reality and all others. Jake forced himself not to pay attention. He needed to find SCP-999. The playful blob was often free to roam around the facility, improving the days of anyone it encountered. So all Jake needed to do was find anyone who seemed happy despite the catastrophe, and SCP-999 wouldn't be so far away. Outside, the world began to resemble the nightmare that everyone had experienced the night before. Cities were burning as monstrous abominations tore through innocent civilians and ripped buildings and cars to shreds, reducing every nearby standing structure to little more than rubble with frightening speed and ease. The Scarlet King and his armies had been waiting for this moment for centuries, millennia, eons even. And now nothing could stop them from unfurling pure, indulgent chaos on this reality. They had their work cut out for them, subjugating and destroying the entire multiverse, but that isn't to say they weren't enjoying it. People across the Earth were being killed in droves in the name of the Scarlet King. He diverted a significant portion of his forces to attacking the SCP Foundation itself, while the boots-on-the-ground MTF troops, the ones that had remained loyal, were usually a formidable fight. They were no match for the eldritch armies of the Scarlet King. The Horde began to set free other anomalies kept locked up in containment, either by accident when they stormed the Foundation facilities, or intentionally seeking out their cells to spring them. Some SCPs tried to stand up to the Scarlet King and fight back. The likes of the Plague Doctor, the Spectre, and SCP-2800 all tried their best to ward off the oncoming attacks of the Scarlet King's foot soldiers. They lasted longer than those who decided instead to run away, turning heel and trying in vain to escape the destructive reach of the Scarlet King. Even anomalies like SCP-106, who could escape to other planes of existence or pocket dimensions, weren't safe. In hiding, they were only prolonging the inevitable. The Scarlet King would find them all. No corner of the multiverse was safe. And of course, some SCPs thrived in the catastrophe. Creatures like SCP-682, the infamous hard-to-destroy reptile, found themselves free to exact revenge on the Foundation and humanity at large. Of these, not all the anomalies gave away their allegiance. 682 in particular was too busy killing anything it came into contact with, whether they were human or part of the Scarlet King's army. But other SCPs gladly swore fealty with the Crimson Cosmic Conqueror, forming alliances with the entity responsible for setting them loose and joining the massive monstrosities he had unleashed. And yet, in the midst of all the chaos, the calamity, and the millions upon millions of deaths, one junior SCP Foundation researcher was still searching for the wholesome orange blob. Jake Harrison had put all his chips on SCP-999 and eventually tracked the tickle monster down. The building around him was crumbling, attacks from the Scarlet King and his minions bombarding every second. As Jake ran into the mess hall, his eyes instantly caught sight of the ball of orange slime, cowering under a table.
Hey,
He whispered, hoping to coax it out.
it's okay. I know there's a lot going on right now. Hell, it's the end of the world outside, but if you come with me, I think we can fix it together. Come on, little guy, what do you say?
As if in reply, 999 immediately leaped up out of its hiding place. Jake caught it in his arms, instantly feeling a wave of calm wash over him thanks to the tickle monster's calming, anomalous effect.
He tried to stop himself from fully succumbing to the good vibes that the gelatinous creature provided. After all, he still had a job to do, and time was short. The Scarlet King and his invading army might have seemed, for the most part, to be indulging in wanton destruction, decimating cities and Foundation sites, killing humans left, right, and center. But Jake figured that if there was any method to their madness, then SCP-999 would be at the very center of it. Not even the Scarlet King knew for certain if SCP-999 really was his offspring. Maybe he had heard the rumors and wanted to reach the tickle monster just before it had a chance to stop him, if it even could. If the Scarlet King believed even for a second that his supposed son stood a chance at defeating him and ending his reign of terror, then he'd waste no time hunting the orange blob down. His army of nightmarish creatures would comb every corner of the world until they found SCP-999. Although they might not think to look inside the clockworks. Placing the smiling, slimy SCP in the input booth, Jake fiddled with the controls for SCP-914. He'd never performed any experiments using the machine before, but it was all pretty self-explanatory, throwing the dial to very fine. He gave a moment's pause, looking at the adorable anomaly in the machine. The warning from the council rang in his ears. If he activated the clockworks, he'd in effect be killing SCP-999. Either that or the Scarlet King would do it himself when he found the tickle monster. Neither scenario ended well. Then the thundering sounds of the massacre outside got louder. Screams coming from innocent people who were being caught in the Scarlet King's carnage. There was no question about it. If what Jake was about to do really could stop all this mayhem, then it was worth replacing SCP-999 to do it. With a deep breath, he flipped the switch. The clicking and clacking of the clockwork's components whirred into life were drowned out by the approaching tremors. Something was coming. No, he was coming, Jake thought. The very fabric of the building around him started shaking, brickwork and cement crumbling and falling apart as a large hand, fingers ending in pointed crimson claws, wrenched open the roof with ease. Looking up in horror, Jake saw that the sky was a dark shade of red. Towering over it, a colossal crimson-clad warrior looked in on the frightened researcher, horns protruding from its head. Maybe because SCP-999 was still nearby, the blob was offering him some kind of positive mental protection. Otherwise, the mere sight of the gigantic monstrous being above him would have driven Jake and any other mortal mad. The Scarlet King was upon him.
Where is he?
Came a booming voice that sounded like hundreds of screams overlaying each other. The Scarlet King's gaze seemed to shift slightly, turning from Jake as he lay helplessly on the ground to look at SCP-914. The machine had fully activated and couldn't be stopped now. Either through foreknowledge or some kind of cosmic sense, the eldritch monstrosity seemed to know exactly what the device did.
No! What have you done?
The Scarlet King roared. He raised a gargantuan fist and brought it straight down through the air towards Jake. He couldn't run. The Scarlet King was so vast in size that there was no way the researcher would be able to evade the oncoming strike. Jake raised his arms in a futile attempt to protect himself, despite knowing that the Scarlet King's fist would likely plunge through the very surface of the earth below. But then again, maybe the junior researcher just didn't want to watch. There was a pause. The strike never came. It was only when Jake built up the courage to open his eyes that he saw what had happened. A long tendril of orange slime had reached out of SCP-914, forming a protective barrier between Jake and the Scarlet King. Suddenly, with all the force of a tidal wave, the newly refined SCP-999 came pouring out of the clockworks. The tickle monster's mass had increased. He was thousands, if not millions of times bigger. Swept aside and out of harm's way by the orange slime, the junior researcher looked up in amazement as SCP-999 reached up into the sky, able to look its supposed father face to face. The Scarlet King recoiled in horror as the tickle monster engulfed him, pulling the cosmic crimson plunderer into an embrace. As they hugged, there seemed to be a change in the Scarlet King. The eldritch monster had spent all his time since the dawn of creation as a cruel, nihilistic conqueror. He had killed and enslaved, devoured ancient gods, and slaughtered entire planes of existence in his quest to annihilate everything. But now, held tight by his gelatinous son, his heart shifted. It was as if the Scarlet King's eyes had been opened, and he could see the beauty of creation. The sheer overwhelming goodness of SCP-999 enhanced by SCP-914 undid the evil of the Scarlet King himself. Only it didn't stop. As the orange slime engulfed the Scarlet King in a hug, he began to be unmade. The tickle monster, without even trying to harm its father, had been made into such a beacon of pure positivity by the clockworks that the Scarlet King simply ceased to exist. He was unwoven, not killed, but rendered without any purpose. He barely even felt any pain, but at the same time was removed from this and every other universe. And still, it didn't stop. The newly recreated SCP-999 spread across the world like an orange flood. The Scarlet King's armies, the other SCPs, even the few surviving human beings were all wiped away. SCP-999 spread to every corner of the Earth, turning the blue planet orange as he coded it, purging every single scrap of negativity, all hatred, all cruelty, all evil, even that of the SCP Foundation itself. The entire world was unmade by the tickle monster, not out of malice, but so that nobody anywhere could cause the Scarlet King to reemerge. At the same time, all that was left was a planet-sized ball of orange slime, lonely spinning through space.
A very strange anomaly sits in a humanoid containment cell in the minimum security wing of Site-17. He walks, talks, and looks like a man, but everything else is convoluted in a question mark. This is SCP-343, who, like his namesake, God, is likely to cause arguments whenever he's brought up. Is he the creator of all that exists, the basis for the Abrahamic faiths, or is he a pretender, a reality warper with immense power and predilection towards delusion, a courtesian of the house of Maladrog, Matthew, Methuselah, Yahweh? Who knows? Really, it depends on who you ask, and which stories you choose to believe. And few people enjoy a good story more than SCP-343 himself. If one day you take the time to visit him in his room and ask him to reveal a page in the long book of his personal history, he might be kind enough to tell you a story. A story like this, of an encounter with something monstrous that few others could hope to survive meeting face to face. Rewind a few thousand years. Nobody knows how many exactly. God, as he chooses to dub himself, walked across the cracked ground on worn sandals. It'd been some time since he'd seen an animal around here, and even longer since he'd seen a human being. Not that this bothered him. He'd never been bothered by his own company on a long walk like this. Of course, he could have sped up time or teleported, but where was the fun in that? He was a tourist in the world of sensation, of experience, of flesh, bone, dirt, blood, and sand. After all, where's the fun in creating a whole universe if you can't drop in now and then to visit and do as the Romans do? Not that the Romans would be around for another few thousand years. Even Atlas must occasionally shift the weight of the globe from his shoulders for a jaunt around the cosmic neighborhood, and whatever passes for fresh air in the vacuum. God whistled a tune to himself. It was a craggy, mountainous region he'd found himself in. The distant peaks had frosted caps, a breathtaking place where many truly had their breaths taken away. How humans will so happily risk their lives to do something extraordinary. It never ceased to amaze him. His stomach rumbled. Oh, how he enjoyed that sensation. One of the funny little quirks of this human form that he weaved for himself. It was no reason to be concerned, if memory served, from his last trip through the area a few decades before. There was a friendly village not far from here. They had always accepted him as a genial stranger, having no knowledge of his true power. God had always believed that a person's goodness is defined by how they treat those from whom they had nothing to gain. So it caused him great concern as he approached the village and saw great plumes of smoke rising into the sky. He was so shocked by this that he could decide to break his rule about walking as a man, in case there was still some way he could help. With a snap of his fingers, he disappeared and reappeared in the center of the village's town square. Total devastation. Huts and houses had been torn asunder. Broken weapons lay on the ground. Some places were on fire, others smeared with streaks of blood, like some terrible battle had occurred here. But something was wrong. No bodies, not one, from defender or assailant. How could a thriving village be so thoroughly destroyed and not leave a single corpse? It was an act so bizarre and depraved that it left even God puzzling. That was another downside of his human form. Here on Earth, he didn't have access to true omniscience. How could a mere human mind, bound by the constraints of linear time, ever truly comprehend the total of existence? Even attempting to do that here would melt the brain of his human body in its skull and leave it dribbling out of his nose and ears. Instead, he chose to walk around the ruins of the village and investigate firsthand. Arrows and broken spears and swords littered the ground. Some buildings were demolished, but there were no tracks or stray projectiles that could suggest the presence of siege weapons. No, these buildings looked like they were ripped apart. Some even still had claw marks. What terrible beast could have set upon this town and done this? Then he heard a voice, quiet and pleading, beneath some nearby rubble. A survivor. He rushed over to the pile and evaporated it with a thought. Underneath, a feeble old man, covered in stone dust, was quivering. God helped him up and guided him into one of the few remaining huts still standing in the village. They both took seats. God held up 2 hands, cradling empty space. 2 cups suddenly occupied that space, both filled with warm, healing tea. He passed the old man one of the cups while sipping from his own. He asked the old man if he'd seen what had happened. The old man told him no, he hadn't seen anything in decades. He'd been rendered blind in his youth. Little did either of them know that very blindness was the only reason he was the sole survivor of the massacre. The blind man told God that one of the village's scouts had gone up into the mountain with a small hunting party. The group was gone for days, until one of the members, the youngest among them, returned weeping, frostbitten, and covered in blood. He said that his friends had been killed by a beast in the mountains, something that almost looked like a man, but terribly wrong. And its face, its awful, awful face. He would never forget it. He was just lucky to escape with his life when the others were torn apart. But when the young man returned, he'd brought the shadow of death with him. It was a curse that doomed the entire village, men, women, and children, to a terrible fate. And that fate was upon them a mere hour after the survivor had returned. Of course, there were gaps in the blind man's understanding, given he was lacking one of his major senses, but the sounds he could describe with perfect clarity. It was faint and distant at first, that awful wail, and the galloping, hands and feet thundering against the ground faster than any horse could move, getting closer and closer. Another villager saw it approaching and screamed. Then it was upon them. The villager screamed, but it screamed louder, always wailing and shrieking and sobbing like a monster crawling straight up from hell. People tried to fight it by the sounds of it. The blind man, with teary, blank eyes, recalled the sounds of arrows knocking and swords clashing against something. But even their greatest warriors had screamed and died. Those who saw it and tried to flee and hide were slaughtered all the same. Soon enough, there were only 2 sounds left in the village, the monster and the blind man, both weeping. He didn't understand why it never took him. It wasn't fair. It took everything else. To leave him here alive when everyone and everything he'd ever known was destroyed was a greater punishment than even death. After killing all of these innocents, the monster had simply wandered off to the mountains again, the sound of its quiet sobs getting smaller and smaller until it was gone altogether. God comforted the blind man as he wept for the loss of all his loved ones. He told the blind man that he would venture up to the mountains himself and confront the creature on its own territory, and at the very least, find out why it had done this terrible thing. But first, he must relocate the blind man to a safer place. He placed a hand on the blind man's shoulder and he vanished. He would appear in another friendly village, miles away. God sent a silent message into the minds of every villager.
Take good care of this man. He has undergone horrors you can't even imagine. Your kindness will be rewarded later. For that, you have my promise.
God sighed and turned his tired eyes to the distant mountains. A monster lurked up there, perhaps one of his own creations, or maybe a corruption of one of his creations. Either way, whatever existed without his knowledge existed without his consent. and he intended to know of the beast in the mountains. Though given what he'd seen already, he didn't expect to receive a warm welcome from this murderous demon. Miles away up in the mountains, the creature licked the blood from its cracked lips. It looked like it might have once been a human being or something that aspired to humanity or mocked it with its very existence. It was a huge, gangling beast, skin alabaster, eyes empty and soulless, dribbling rivulets of burning tears down a hideous, gaunt face. It crawled into the frozen mouth of a cave with great icicle fangs, wheezing and weeping. All it ever wanted was to be alone. Why did they have to keep interfering? Didn't they know what happened? All the terrible things they made it do. The creature curled its long, gangly body into the fetal position, scratching great ruts into the sides of its bald cranium with long, sharp fingers. Terrible things. Terrible, terrible things. And then there was a brilliant flash just a few feet away. The monster was surprised. It turned to see a figure silhouetted in the mouth of the cave. He wore sandals and thin robes. His eyes glowed with a kind of power that the monster didn't recognize. This stranger stared at the monster without an ounce of fear in his heart. He stared right into its eyes, unwavering. No, 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 no! It could feel it again, the rage bubbling up deep down. A cauldron of seething anger. It hated the feeling like being lowered into a vat of molten metal. Unspeakable fire and pain coursing through every vessel. It began to weep and scream while the stranger in the cave mouth just watched, not moving a muscle.
Do you know who I am?
The stranger asked with a deep voice that betrayed almost infinite power, knowledge, and wisdom. But it wouldn't change the outcome here. The monster bounded at him at speeds that wouldn't be seen again until jet planes and bullet trains are invented millennia into the future. Its jaws were hanging impossibly wide, fangs borne, its arms extended, and deadly claws ready to strike. But before those terrible hands could close around the stranger, he vanished. The monster stumbled and rolled across the snow, confused. What trickery was being used here?
I'll take that as a no,
said the voice from behind him.
You ought to show your father some respect. More respect than you gave to those poor people down in the village, at least.
Seething, the creature turned and saw the stranger standing back in the darkness of the cave, staring at him. But the beast didn't have the capacity for awe or holy terror, only violence. Boundless, limitless, unstoppable violence. It darted towards the stranger again, trying to strike him. Somehow it was like fighting an empty robe. Not a single one of its deadly strikes seemed to hit the stranger. The stranger leaped backwards, putting some space between himself and the monster, but still not breaking a sweat. He breathed in deeply, then exhaled. The breath came out like a mighty typhoon, shocking even the monster with its sudden force. It was blown backwards, a leaf in the wind, until its long claws dug into the ground and anchored it in place. The stranger gave a wry smile at this, impressed.
My, you're certainly a tenacious one, aren't you?
He said.
Perhaps we can talk for a little while instead of fighting. I want to know why you killed all those people.
No answer. The beast roared, its mighty limbs pounding into the ground as it closed the gap between itself and the stranger in fractions of a second. It would kill him, rend him, destroy him just like all the others. He'd left it no choice. Suddenly, the ground below it seemed to give way. The creature was confused. It looked down to see that the ancient stone below had somehow taken on the properties of a liquid, and it was sinking. The beast panicked and it began to thrash. It was a strong swimmer, but it didn't expect to need to swim here. The shock was too much, and soon the ground submerged it entirely, muffling its terrible roars and shrieks. And just like that, the ground was solid again, trapping the beast inside. The stranger stepped forward and looked at the ground.
A much-needed timeout,
he said.
You do yourself no good struggling like this.
Despite its terrible capacity for evil, God couldn't help but admire the beast, at least on the level of construction. It was so pared down, so unburdened. A killer to the core, but seemingly unkillable. Had he made this creature? Billions of species, and the species those in turn had created through billions of years of breeding and evolution. And somewhere along the line, this thing happened. It was easy even for the universe's creator to lose track of some of the tinier variables. And in the grand scheme of things, even this monster was still a tiny variable. But right here, right now, it was still one hell of a problem. The ground rumbled below God. Cracks formed. The mountain peak shook. God raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed, as the monster ripped free of its stone prison and re-entered the fray. It roared and screamed still, its blank eyes fixed on him. Its skeletal body throbbed and heaved with power. Unlike any other creature in nature, it was almost like the longer their conflict went on, the more energized the beast became. God sighed. All those poor villagers. They never stood a chance against this monster. It lunged for him, even faster and stronger than before. He teleported out of the way in the nick of time, and the beast's claws cleaved through a nearby cave wall. Effortless. God materialized nearby, but he didn't have time to speak. The beast lunged again and again and again. Every time he reappeared, the beast went for him with impossible speed. Deciding to widen the playing field, God teleported to the top of the mountain. The creature, somehow sensing his presence, vaulted upwards and tunneled through the roof of the cave, bursting out of the ground in front of God, who was floating just slightly off the ground.
It would be wise of you to stop.
God carefully intoned.
All this time, I've been going easy on you. You don't want to find out what the wrath of God looks like.
Storm clouds were gathering above. Mighty thunder roared across the sky. The beast was undeterred. It roared and galloped towards God, and God in turn called down a response. A volley of lightning the likes of which the world has never seen before or since struck down on the charging monster. The sudden white flash could sting the eyes from miles away. The monster shrieked from the blast, feeling its flesh lift off its bones and atomize in the sheer heat of the electricity around it. It could smell itself cooking. The lightning blast only lasted for a few seconds, but for the beast, it felt like eternity. When the onslaught stopped, the air was still heavy with electrical potential. God stared down at the black scorch mark on the side of the mountain where the creature had been standing. All the snow within a mile had been evaporated by the blast. It was a raw display of the power of nature that would make even Zeus tremble in his sandals. And yet, there was still movement. Something started to get up from the burnt patch where nothing should be left alive. A blackened skeleton, rising shakily from the ash, but still very much alive. As it started to rise, new flesh began growing over its bones little by little. Even God was astonished by the sight of it. He'd never seen a creature cling so ardently to life in spite of having truly unsurmountable power amassed against it. It was up against God, and still, it fought. The monster tottered on its freakishly long limbs, still disoriented, unusually staggered for a creature driven by such single-minded violent purpose. When enough of its face grew back to do so, it began to weep and sob again, tears streaking down its terrible face. Looking at this creature after all of this, God couldn't help but feel a new emotion, pity. He lowered himself to the ground and approached the creature, like none had ever done before. He gathered it up into his arms and he held it, feeling its heaving, wretched sobs against him. The beast was in so much pain, he could feel it, radiating from within.
Speak, my son,
God said in a soft, fatherly voice. And for the first and only time, the monster spoke.
Can look, can see, make me hurt people, don't want hurt people, can look, please.
That was all it managed to choke out before devolving back into unintelligible babble. But it was enough. Enough for God to understand its pain. He did not know if it would be right to change the monster's nature. Is it ever right to truly change anyone's nature? But it was within his almost limitless power to grant it one reprieve from pain. He settled the beast in the snow below him. It was quiet and still. And God said unto the beast,
Rest now, child. Rest for thousands of years if you must. I hope only that when you eventually awaken, you feel differently.
And so another story from the catalog of SCP-343. Of course, it leaves us with certain questions, chief among them being, is it true? Did 343 and 096 have this chance encounter long ago? Or is this just another tall tale from an anomaly who fancies himself a deity? We have our truth, and you have yours. Let us know what you believe down below in the comments.
Reality warpers. Real pieces of work, aren't they? It's one thing when an anomaly is all claws and fangs like SCP-682, or if their attack of choice is snapping necks like SCP-173. But it is an entirely different story if an anomaly can turn the air you breathe into chocolate pudding, or shove you into a pocket dimension that looks almost like our own reality, except everyone is just a walking, talking pile of spiders. See what I mean? Reality warpers, real handfuls. Though, of course, not all reality warpers are created equal. Some are relatively weak, only affecting the world around them in a mild, ambient fashion. Others can rattle whole dimensions with their tremendous power. The same also goes for morality. Some reality warpers are loving and benevolent, such as SCP-343, the kindly, old, all-powerful being known to some as God. And some are pure evil beings who want nothing more than to use their immense power to sow chaos and misery among everyone else. And personally, we can't think of a better example of the latter than Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. This demonic Dorito wants nothing more than to take over our dimension and rebuild it in his image of absolute insanity. So naturally, we started wondering, if these two reality warping titans, SCP-343 and Bill Cipher, ever came to blows, who would win? We were so curious, in fact, that we fired up the Anomatron 6000, our state-of-the-art simulation supercomputer, to see how exactly the two might meet and how their epic battle would play out. Who do you think would take the coveted W on this one? Let us know down in the comments, along with any other out-of-universe what-if situations you'd love to see. But in the meantime, let's fire up the machine. Be warned, folks, it's gonna get weird. The date was July 12th, 2013. For SCP-343, it had started out as a relatively normal day. He'd spent the night playing solitaire on the astral plane before warping back into his humanoid containment cell by morning, leaving the Foundation none the wiser. After all, he was really here voluntarily. If the Foundation had truly wanted to try to confine him here, they were welcome to give it a go, but it would be about as effective as trying to catch a whisper in a butterfly net. While God had come to this place to experience the joyful illusion of giving up control, it truly was little more than an illusion to him. If he wanted to, he could exterminate the SCP Foundation in less than an afternoon, then retire to Burger King for a Whopper. So really, they're all just lucky he is a benevolent being, more interested in hanging out than dispensing wrath on those he perceived as insolent. That was Old Testament him. He'd done a lot of soul-searching and growth since then. It'd been at least a millennium since he'd smote anyone for that matter, and the last guy really had it coming. However, today was going to be a little different. God knew that something was going to happen today. He sensed a great source of energy emerging, something dark and malevolent. He sighed and he closed his eyes for a moment, focusing himself. He knew whatever the nature of this threat, it would fall upon him to face and destroy it. How irritating. He was hoping to finally binge Stranger Things today. Elsewhere in Site-19, things seemed to be inordinately peaceful. There hadn't been any containment breaches or new anomalies brought in. There hadn't been any attacks from rival groups of interest. Dr. Bright hadn't even done anything stupid or started any fires. To borrow an old cliché, it was quiet, too quiet. Perhaps the only person who wasn't having a relatively mellow day was Security Officer Frederick Simmons, a mid-level guard who'd been stationed at Site-19 for 4 years now. He just wasn't really feeling himself today. The work didn't bother Simmons, emotionally at least. Typically, even after seeing rather traumatic things or being in near-death situations while in containment breaches, it hadn't left any lingering effects. But lately, he'd been having the strangest dreams. It always played out the same way. Shortly after going to sleep, he'd open his eyes in a strange multicolored void surrounded by bizarre, seemingly random floating objects, none of which seemed to have any real relevance to him or his life. And just when he'd begin to question it, the other recurring element of the dream would occur. Out of the shimmering oil-slick rainbow of mind-boggling colors, a strange being would suddenly emerge. A glowing golden triangle, almost like a drawing of a pyramid, the Eye of Providence, with a stovepipe hat, a little bow tie, thin black arms and legs, and most notable of all, a single large eye with a slit pupil staring out from the center. The eye almost seemed to have a strange hypnotic quality to it. Simmons felt bewitched whenever he looked into it. He wasn't afraid, quite the opposite actually. For reasons he couldn't understand, this strange creature from the world of dreams seemed like a good friend of his. He said,
Well, if it isn't my number one guy, the Fredmeister, in the house. I've missed you. Have you missed me? Put her there, good buddy.
The entity extended his hand and Simmons shook it. The Foundation guard could feel a strange tingling sensation jolting down his arm. The first time Simmons had encountered the entity, he'd told him his name, Bill Cipher, and he told him how incredibly important it was that Simmons kept their little nighttime meetings a secret. In exchange, Bill was here to listen. Simmons would spend his time in the mindscape pouring out his worries and frustrations with his daily work, as Bill paid impeccable attention. The strange little dream entities seemed fascinated by the work Simmons did, all the peculiar and wondrous anomalies he guarded at Site-19. But to Simmons, it was all just boring work. Zombie-creating supernatural plague doctors and immortal men with metal limbs lose their shine after you see them day in, day out for years on end. Frankly, Simmons needed a day off, but he'd already used up all his PTO when he'd gotten the flu earlier that year. He just didn't know what to do. Luckily for him, Bill had a solution. Bill, as it turned out, had a fancy little ability. He could occupy the body of a human being and operate it for them. Bill could take the wheel while Simmons took a load off in the mindscape. How hard could standing around pretending to look busy at the SCP Foundation really be? As Bill explained the offer to him, Simmons couldn't really see any flaws in his reasoning. After all, Bill was a friend. Why would he have any ill will towards him? With that, he shook hands with the bizarre supernatural triangle and felt the sudden rough sensation of having his consciousness ripped from his body, only for Bill to slither in and take his place. The new Simmons, the Bill-occupied Simmons, opened up his demonic yellow eyes and grinned. He gave a demented laugh to Simmons' floated, disembodied soul.
Oh, man!
He said, wiping away a tear of laughter with Simmons' finger.
With your body, I can use the SCP Foundation's technology to take over the multiverse. See ya, sucker!
And with one last demented chuckle, Bill left for work at the SCP Foundation, with Simmons being the latest in his long line of meat puppets. After arriving at Site-19, he sneaked through the facility, knowing exactly where he needed to be. You see, Bill is a native entity of the second dimension, the world of flat shapes, but he's able to access the minds of beings in the third dimension, like us, through the medium of the mindscape, rather than the physical realm. Bill's life goal has always been to find a way to permeate and take over the third dimension, turning it into his personal playground. All he needed was the right anomaly to bring him forth into our world. In this case, a little anomalous device favored by Dr. Kane Pathos Crow, SCP-158, also known as the Soul Extractor. While Dr. Crow left to the courtyard for his evening walkies, the being that most people assumed was Fred Simmons secreted himself into SCP-158's containment chamber and locked the door behind him. He didn't have much time. He'd need to do this perfectly if he wanted a real chance at taking over the universe. He was amused by the irony, at the least. The fact that in order to take over, he needed to sneak into the midst of the people most likely to destroy him. Still, where's the fun in life with no risk? At SCP-158's control console, he inputted the data to Soul Extraction and set a timer. However, there was one difference between this and the usual procedures performed with the Soul Extractor. There was no containment receptacle on the other end. Whatever was extracted would just be released into the world. And this was exactly what Bill was counting on. He laid Simmons' body down on the gurney and watched with glee as the robotic arm lowered towards him. It reached into his chest and pulled out the essence of one three-sided threat to reality, Bill Cipher. One quick journey through the bowels of the machine later, the nightmare scenario had come to pass.
Bill floated around the room, dragged into physical reality. He let out a long, conceited cackle and spun his cane around. This was going to be fun. Elsewhere in the facility, alarms were going off and guards were deploying. Nobody was meant to be in Containment Chamber 158, so how was the soul extractor currently operating? This couldn't possibly end well. Bill, on the other end, was having a wonderful time. He was pondering all the different ways he could make the drab clinical corridors of the SCP Foundation into his vision of perfect weirdness. Maybe he'd turn all the researchers into mice, and turn Site-19 into a giant maze to run them through. Maybe he'd turn the air into farts, and release winged beasts from the Hell Dimension to ravage humanity. Maybe he'd go out into the parking lot and key everyone's cars. Oh, the diabolical possibilities were endless. As he floated out into the hall, his fantasizing was interrupted by a group of Foundation security operatives wielding assault rifles. They entered an attack formation and trained their rifles on him before opening fire. Bill just found himself laughing again. The gunfire just tickled.
Wow, you guys are hilarious!
Bill said between fits of laughter.
But wait, I can think of a better way to make you even funnier.
He snapped his fingers and suddenly the guards were transformed. Instead of the serious first line of defense for the SCP Foundation, they were now a gang of literal clowns straight from the circus, holding balloon animals molded into the shapes of assault rifles. They giggled and threw pies at each other. Bill was right. This did make them even funnier. And he was just getting started, turning this Foundation snooze fest into a party of cosmic proportions. Bill began running a rampage of weirdness across the site. Essentially being the ultimate cosmic troll, he decided he'd simply bother every single anomaly he could with his demonic antics. First, he appeared in SCP-096's chamber and pulled a brown paper bag over his head, with the words "Ugliness lies within" written on the front. And just for fun, he then teleported the temperamental beast to a nearby Amish community. It quickly became enraged when a gust of wind blew the bag off its head, and a man named Jebediah saw its face. It then killed several others, also named Jebediah, during the rampage. Bill thought it was hilarious. He then released SCP-682 into Site-19, and just to annoy the creature into further violence, he stuck an indestructible party hat on the monster's head. No matter how hard 682 tried, it couldn't remove the party hat. This caused it great frustration, which it took out on any Foundation staff it happened to find in the area. It had fulfilled Bill's expectations wonderfully, but his quest for amusing carnage didn't end there. Next, he went to bother SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, who was in the process of doing surgery on a Foundation-provided dead goat. With a snap of his fingers, Bill transformed the Plague Doctor's surgical tools into colorful Play-Doh cutting tools. Needless to say, the supernatural surgeon was less than pleased. He was about as annoyed as Dr. Clef was when Bill turned his favorite shotgun into a bouquet of flowers, then sealed his feet into the floor. Or how vexed Dr. Gears was when Bill turned his plain beige necktie into a considerably more loud and colorful tie. People there at the time reported hearing Dr. Gears say, "I just don't think that was necessary." Oh, and he also did some more minor acts of malice. He filled the break room with an army of flesh-eating zombies. He made a moat filled with molten lava around the site that prevented anyone from escaping from his reign of terror. And he even covered all the walls in cognito-hazardous doodles that instantly drove any weak-minded human who saw them into complete gibbering madness. It was clear this reality-warping nightmare needed to be stopped before he got bored of playing with his new Foundation toys and decided to go remodel the universe in his own image. Thankfully, there was one anomaly on site who was up to the task. Bill was treating himself to another evil laugh in the Site-19 canteen when something peculiar happened. He looked down to see a man in what looked like a tunic with graying hair and a beard. He walked with a peculiar kind of calmness, his face blank. Why wasn't this guy panicking? Was he stupid? Bill would seemingly need to teach this guy a thing or two about fear.
Hey, Gramps! Don't know if it's escaped your attention, but I've been giving this place an extreme makeover. Did you forget to put on your glasses this morning, or are you just that senile?
The stranger remained calm as could be. He replied with a voice that was measured as it was deep.
Now, Bill, let's not resort to name-calling. That's just childish, don't you think?
Bill's single eye widened at this.
Wait, hold up. How did you know my name?
Bill asked, irritated.
Are you a friend of the Time Baby or something?
He floated over and began circling the stranger, hoping to intimidate him. Much to Bill's frustration, it didn't appear to be working.
I know lots of things, Bill. Lots of things.
The stranger replied.
That's my line!
Bill screeched, turning red.
Who do you think you are?
The stranger gave a quiet, reserved chuckle that infuriated Bill.
Oh, personally, I just like to think of myself as a humble craftsman, watching his beautiful creation play out.
He said.
But I suppose some of the people around here like to call me God.
Bill didn't like this. This whole universe was going to be his, and he certainly didn't appreciate some insolent old man acting like he ran the roost around here. Bill would give him an education in who was really holding the reins, and it would be the kind of education that left scars, if it left anything at all. He extended his spindly black arms and released bolts of lightning against the stranger, who simply continued to smile as the electricity rippled around him, seemingly causing no effect.
Are you done?
The stranger asked. Bill laughed, hoping to hide his irritation.
I'm just getting started,
he bellowed. With a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of Site-19, Bill began to grow and shift. No longer a silly little triangle, he became a huge red pyramid of pure nightmares, covered in glowing golden arms and teeth, with long black tongues drooping out of each level. It was the most terrifying and demonic form in his entire arsenal, and yet he was astonished to find that the stranger still didn't seem to show any kind of fear.
Very impressive, Bill,
the stranger said, sounding almost bored.
But I think you might be trying a little too hard.
Oh, that does it. Bill would simply have to destroy him. It was a matter of pride now. He raised several of his huge golden fists and began pounding down on the comparatively tiny humanoid stranger. It was an assault so powerful that the ground began cracking around their feet, and yet it seemed that with almost no effort, the stranger was able to intercept and block every single blow. Naturally, Bill was infuriated. It was time to finally unleash the full breadth of his power on this beardy wise guy. He launched thunderbolts, fireballs, legions of giant mutant wasps, hailstorms, maelstroms, bubbles of pure madness, snakes made out of barbed wire, and even incredible coarse language. But despite it all, this man, the one who claimed people called him God, was utterly unfazed.
You can dish it out,
he said.
But let's see if you can take it.
Bill began to laugh.
What the heck's that supposed to mean? You can't.
God snapped his fingers, and Bill was gone, vanished. And with a flick of his wrist, all the damage and transformations that Bill had performed had disappeared. It was as though the demonic triangle had never even been there in the first place. Though Dr. Bright, who was acting site director at the time, had some Scranton reality anchors turned on around the perimeter just to be safe. You can never be too careful with reality warping demons after all. Later that day, Dr. Bright approached God and asked him what he'd actually done with Bill. God chuckled and replied,
For a being of such immense power, he really had a rather childish mindset. So I sealed him away inside a children's cartoon where he couldn't do any further damage.
What was the cartoon? Dr. Bright asked.
A charming little Disney show called Gravity Falls,
God replied. The storms were unlike anything anyone had ever seen. But the worst part wasn't just the deadly gales. Wind howling powerful enough to knock down buildings like rows of dominoes and lift the remaining debris of cities up into the air as if all that destruction weighed nothing. And it wasn't just the lightning, those arcs of crimson forking down from above. If one struck the ground near you, and one almost always did, the sheer force of it would knock you off your feet. The last thing you'd feel as you flailed helplessly in the air was the relentless pain of your body being disintegrated by the energy of the blood-red lightning, until there was nothing left of you for anyone to find. Yet somehow that wasn't the worst part either, and it wasn't even the noise of it all either. That deafening cacophony of booming thunder and wild hurricane-force winds so loud, nobody could ignore it, all underscored by the screams of a world lost in suffering and madness. No, the worst part of it all was the sky. Whether anyone looked up, where there had once been that clear, calming blue, was now a swirling mass of nightmares. Many were surprised just how much they missed turning to that sky, that odd, universal comfort it brought. The knowledge that no matter how bleak things got, the sun would set on every bad day, and rise again to mark the start of another, filled with potential. That promise of a future, no matter how uncertain, was replaced with a reminder of one thing, that this new, darker day had no end. There was no sunrise or sunset, no night or day. All that uncertainty and potential was replaced with certain doom, represented by a sky that looked like a river of blood. Deep reds and blacks swirled and thrashed above like the raging waves of the ocean, casting bolts of lightning down at the earth. Not to mention what else would occasionally drop from that blood-stained sky. Nobody had much information about how this all had started, how the world had become such an unrecognizable hellscape. Cynics would say that the world was already hell long before the sky turned red, although there wasn't much time for sarcastic jokes like that nowadays. As far as the few human beings that had survived could remember, the day everything changed had been little more than an ordinary day on planet Earth. One moment, things were normal. People were working tirelessly at their boring 9-to-5 jobs. Somewhere in the world, others had long since fallen asleep in a different time zone. Then all of a sudden, it appeared. Few survivors had actually seen it for themselves, and even fewer had lived to tell the tale. But rumors and whispers spread from camp to camp, dispossessed people huddling together in the ruins of houses or in abandoned subway tunnels that would hear the stories. And somehow, deep down in the fearful recesses of their hearts, they all knew, despite never having seen it, that it was real, the masked god. When it stepped upon the earth, it walked like any other person would. Its body even appeared to be human, an aged, older man's body, wrinkled and elderly, although not completely decrepit. Yet, it was his face, or what covered it, that really instilled that sense of fear and dread in anyone that heard the rumors. That being wore a mask, a porcelain comedy mask, the kind commonly associated with ancient Greek theater. It had a fixed, unnerving expression, a wide smile of twisted glee. It was almost as if it was getting some sick enjoyment out of all the chaos and destruction that had befallen the world, like it was pleased with its own handiwork. A thick black substance oozed from the mask too, adding to its unsettling appearance as streaks of what looked like tar trickled down the chalky white surface. It leaked out from underneath as well, dripping over the bony shoulders of the old man that wore it. Not one survivor that heard the stories of this monster understood what it was or where it had come from, but as if by some deific influence, they all knew it was responsible for creating the hell they now lived in. That knowledge kept them hidden, kept them afraid, and kept them from fighting back. As had always been the case even before this apocalypse had been unleashed on the world, the only people who knew the truth were the ones who had been working for the SCP Foundation. They had more than their fair share of answers about what had happened and who or what this mask-wearing menace was, but naturally kept that information secret from the wider world. Not that there was much point in keeping secrets anymore. After all, there was hardly much of a world left for the Foundation to hide things from, and even fewer former personnel who had lasted this long. Even then, there was only a handful at the SCP Foundation who knew everything that had led to the current catastrophe. Most of the researchers and guards that had been going about their ordinary duties, running tests on contained anomalies or patrolling the site, where a certain possessive mask was housed. The next thing everyone there knew was the blaring noise of alarms. Mobile task force troopers racing down the hallways. Their commander might have yelled something about a break-in, someone having gained access to the supposedly secure Foundation facility and stealing one of their anomalous objects. But not everybody, even those working in the same building, would have overheard that. They definitely didn't miss what happened next, though. As further alarms sounded, alerting the staff on site of a containment breach, the facility itself was torn apart in a flurry of chaos. Personnel, researchers, security, MTF soldiers were being incinerated, burned, until there was literally no trace of them left. Something stepped through the very brickwork of the building itself, smashing a hole through every room it passed until it burst out of the side. Then all of a sudden, the alarms weren't the loudest sound. Something else started deafening the Foundation staff who were still standing. The world outside had become even more chaotic. The sky had turned red, and all around, people were being killed, structures decimated, cities blown away in moments. Naturally, this wasn't the first time the Foundation had stared right into the face of an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Given the widespread presence and surveillance they had around the planet, it didn't take them long to learn of the horrors that were unfolding. The key word there was that they had a widespread presence, as in past tense. They thought they had enough resources to retaliate too. Word quickly spread throughout the various arms of the SCP Foundation, informing the wider organization of the situation and urging them to work as one to enact a plan to stop what was happening. All they knew for certain was that SCP-035 had been removed from containment. Also known as the Possessive Mask, the object was known to have its own sentience and an innate ability to telepathically influence unwitting victims into wearing it. However, the mask also secreted a corrosive black substance, which normally dissolved the body of anyone who put it on. By itself, SCP-035 was nowhere near powerful enough to unleash a global catastrophe, though. Unfortunately, it had managed to influence someone who was that powerful into putting it on. Another anomaly. While to the untrained eye, SCP-343 could easily be mistaken for an elderly human man, those at the Foundation knew that the fact he was now wearing the Possessive Mask was some of the worst news they could have ever received. Although none of the researchers working for the SCP Foundation, in fact, not even the O5 Council, knew if this was true, the colloquial nickname for SCP-343 was God. He not only claimed to be the sole creator of the entire universe, but had also exhibited extensive reality warping abilities, advanced even for an anomalous being. His powers seemingly had no known limit in how they could be used to alter the world around him, although the old man himself seemed to be a passive, kindly soul, rarely causing active harm to other beings under normal circumstances. Of course, normal circumstances didn't include having the corruptive SCP-035 on his face, effectively putting the mask in the driver's seat and allowing it to use SCP-343's powers to lay waste to anything before it. The Foundation quickly diverted their considerable assets to a brute force retaliation in the hopes that a full-scale assault on the combined creature would somehow force a separation of the Possessive Mask from SCP-343's face. The tricky thing about this situation was, God's powers and the fact that he was an immortal, ageless being of potentially incomprehensible form all meant he couldn't be harmed. Causing external damage to him was extremely difficult. That was good news in some regard after all. The Foundation didn't want to kill 343 if they could help it. They knew he wasn't acting on his own accord, but his indestructibility also meant that the corrosive goo that was secreted from SCP-035 had little to no effect on its new impervious host. That meant it could keep going, keep unleashing hell, and stopping it was going to take a lot of manpower. Fortunately, the SCP Foundation never had any shortage of people to throw at a problem, and their ethos didn't really place much value on human life. They mobilized every mobile task force at their disposal, every one of them filled with ranks of highly trained elite operatives. Among the Foundation's forces were even MTF agents who had themselves been altered through anomalous means, their bodies augmented with technology and cybernetics, or their strength specially enhanced. Deploying the full might of their amassed forces, the SCP Foundation took the fight to SCP-035, with the goal of stopping its reign of terror and freeing SCP-343 if possible. The hybridized mask-wearing reality warper had already caused considerable damage since it had started its rampage. Although its motivations were far from political, the wearer of the Anguish Mask had begun with a devastating show of power, wiping numerous cities off the map. While the rest of the world scrambled to find some way of responding, the masked god teleported itself across the globe, destroying central governments and further crippling their own opportunities to initiate an armed response. In short, this meant the Foundation's move was to be humanity's last stand, their final chance to stop SCP-035 from its current course of harnessing the wise old man's power to turn the world into its own personal, nightmarish playground. To say there was a lot riding on the MTF assault would be an understatement, as would saying it went badly. When met with times of defeat, the old, rather morbid adage of fallen soldiers being sent home in bags is often applied. But if the masked hybrid had sent the Foundation its MTF troops back to them encased in body bags, then that would have been far kinder than what it actually did. The collected mobile task forces, the Foundation's own private army, were mobilized to Washington. Under the influence of the Possessive Mask,
SCP-343 had wiped out not only the main seat of power in the United States, but the Pentagon as well, disabling the country's defenses. Suddenly, a mass of aerial transports and ground vehicles came hurtling towards the crater it had left behind. As it turned to look, the wide grin of satisfaction on SCP-035 became a long frown. Thanks to its new host's omniscience, it instantly recognized the foot soldiers of the organization that had kept it caged for so long. As the amassed MTFs marched towards it, the masked gods stepped out to meet the oncoming army, one being against thousands of troops, if not tens of thousands. If the mask had affixed itself to the face of any other anomaly, those soldiers might have stood a slim chance. The combined creature casually raised the bony arms of its host's body, the Foundation forces breaking into a charge the very second they saw it move. Like a tidal wave, they rushed towards their target, only for each individual operative to quickly realize that they had stopped moving. They were still running, legs still in motion, but their feet had been lifted off the ground. Plucked from the very earth they each had stood on, the MTFs were stuck in mid-air, defying the forces of gravity and unable to free themselves. Collectively, the Foundation's army looked to SCP-035, its tragic porcelain frown having switched back to the wide grin, punctuating the sick satisfaction it was about to take from what came next. It gave a click of God's lean fingers, and each of the MTF troops it had suspended in midair were shredded at the molecular level. Their bodies erupted with a spray of deep red viscera, each and every one of them being pulled to pieces from the inside out. Flesh, bone, and blood melting away, breaking down, becoming ash, and then atoms, and then nothing. It took around a minute. Not that it was terribly exerting for SCP-343's powers, but just because of how many troops the Foundation had sent to try and stop it. A mighty show of force, and all for nothing. With their mobile task forces decimated like a row of helpless tin soldiers, the SCP Foundation had lost its primary method of fighting back. But they were far from safe from the masked god's reach. Thanks to its hosts, SCP-035 wasn't all-knowing, but all-seeing, and able to be anywhere and everywhere in the blink of an eye. It began hunting the surviving pockets of the Foundation personnel. Out of nowhere, it would teleport into wherever they were hiding and turn their bodies inside out, or rearranging the functions of every orifice on their faces, only to vanish like a ghost, leaving no trace and no survivors. The braver ones tried desperately to come up with some new plan, a revised way to stop a creature that could be anywhere and do anything. On the other hand, the Foundation leadership, the more highly ranked members like the Overwatch Council, went to the ground. Plenty of them had contingency plans in place for Armageddon, and they were prepared to wait out the apocalypse in their own secluded safe haven. But with the Foundation all but gone, that's when the monsters got loose. No longer having anyone to guard them, to maintain their specific specialized containment procedures, the SCPs still held at Foundation sites were unleashed on the world. Untold horrors came spilling out of the ruined facilities, each one now acting as its own Pandora's box, bursting its lock and having its terrible contents lay waste to the planet already awash with chaos. A lot of the anomalies thrived in the world that SCP-035 had created, once they were finished fighting amongst themselves in the struggle of escaping their containment. Soon there were packs of SCP-745 running wild on the ruined highways, using their bioluminescent lights to hunt human survivors who were attempting to make the dangerous trek across open country. Meanwhile, a plague began spreading amongst other camps of these post-apocalyptic humans, a strange disease that seemed to cause people to rapidly grow extra teeth, overproducing them until SCP-4910, the Grinner, could catch up to them. Then there were the SCPs that fled the nightmare that the masked god had made of the world. Any that could travel between dimensions or remove themselves from this layer of reality quickly absconded to avoid the chaos. Some just went about their business, as if nothing had really changed. The Plague Doctor mostly kept to himself, traveling from place to place on foot, only stopping when he encountered people afflicted with the pestilence, before moving on in search of others. Some of the anomalies tried to help people. Rumors spread among some survivor camps of a half-man, half-cactus, leaving them food and supplies in the night, with a note that read, "From your friendly neighborhood cactus man." There weren't many who dared to oppose the creator of this dark new world, but some anomalies sought to challenge the rule of this combined creature,
Perhaps they thought SCP-035 and SCP-343 couldn't possibly be all powerful as the story said, that it would be easy to kill the king and assume control over his kingdom of chaos. There were plenty of other anomalies that had floated the idea, not just the other reality warpers, but those that had figured out that if they separated the mask from its host, then this world would become their hellish paradise to rule over, so long as SCP-343 didn't instantly undo all the damage. But there was one that didn't want control. It didn't even necessarily mind the whole world had been turned into a walking nightmare. It just wanted to stand against the hybrid of malicious mask and all-powerful deity out of spite, based on nothing but pure hatred for any and all other forms of life other than itself. And it was that confrontation that would serve as a warning to the rest of the SCPs now freely roaming the world. SCP-682 slithered out into the open, claws coated with a fresh coating of blood from its latest slaughter, wetting the countless layers beneath that had already dried. The hard-to-destroy reptile had tracked the scent of the possessive mask's oozing black secretions, bringing the beast maw to porcelain face, with the combined being responsible for distorting the very fabric of the world. Already knowing the foul lizard was near thanks to its host's foresight, SCP-035's visage had already been locked in that unhappy grimace, dreading the approach of the day it would have to face the tenacious, irritating, regenerative reptile. It turned its host's body to face the huge beast. The trails of black streaked down its frowning face, looking like angry tears staining its carved off-white skin. The two exchanged no words. SCP-682 had no doubt this pairing of corruptive mask and passive god already knew why it had come looking for it. And it was right. The possessive mask had long been looking into the mind of SCP-343 to prepare. It knew it wasn't one of the old man's children. In fact, God had completely denied ever being responsible for the creation of the unkillable monster. There was almost no strategy, even with the infinite power of its host's reality warping abilities, that SCP-035 could definitively kill SCP-682. Building up to a charge, the reptile swiped at the masked god, its talons narrowly nicking the porcelain surface of the mask the very second it teleported out of the way. Reappearing behind the monster, SCP-035 compelled its host body to lift its elderly arm and decimate the beast the same way it had to the Foundation's forces. With a fearsome hiss, the reptile's body was pulled apart. It growled with anger, annoyed and enraged more than deterred. Its strong, scaly limbs quickly regenerated, bone and muscle regrowing to replace what the masked god had torn away. SCP-682 gave a swipe of its tail, knocking the masked god a few feet away, reeling him. The anomalous hybrid teleported yet again, this time to inside the monstrous reptile. Shrinking down to almost infinitely small, the mask and god wrenched apart SCP-682's atoms, ripping up strand after strand of its very DNA, physically trying to unmake it on a cellular level. On the outside, the creature's body disintegrated as it roared, feeling its very genetic material breaking down, only for it to rapidly reform just as SCP-343, wearing SCP-035, reappeared in front of it. There was no way for the masked god to kill the monster, despite how much it tried. Sending it hurtling into the fire of the sun, punching it into other dimensions, moving it down the recursive stack of reality to make its existence little more than fiction. Eventually, the possessive mask had to reconsider the problem at hand. Even with infinite power, the unkillable still remained unkillable. Rather than ask whether that meant its own power was truly unlimited, it instead resolved to the only option it had left. With a snap of its host's fingers, the combined creature sent the hard-to-kill reptile away, far away. Universes upon multiverses of distances were put between the masked god and SCP-682, turning back towards the destruction it had wrought on this world. SCP-035 knew that the regenerating reptile would be back, but for now, it had more chaos to unfurl.
The first rule of Bright Club is do not talk about Bright Club. The second rule of Bright Club is do not talk about Bright Club. Excuse me for breaking that all-important first and second rule, but some stories are just too good, too weird and wild and borderline unbelievable to pass up telling. It had been an exceptionally boring day at the SCP Foundation. The sort of boredom not even his usual pranks had been able to break up, so Dr. Bright was unwinding with a good old-fashioned movie night. He settled into his favorite overstuffed beanbag chair, sat down with a big bowl of popcorn, and pressed play on his first flick of the night. This one was a recommendation from Dr. Clef, a 90s film called Fight Club. He didn't pay too much attention to the bit about the nihilistic struggles of the modern American, but when the fighting scenes started, he couldn't help but get pumped up. Look at all that punching. The sight of those guys standing in a circle cheering each other on as they fist fought in the dark basement, it looked awesome. Dr. Bright had seen more than enough. Why would he need to watch the last hour of the movie? He turned off the TV and began outlining a plan of his own. When he needed it most, Fight Club had given him the inspiration he so desperately wanted. It was all so clear. He, Dr. Jack Bright, would start his own Fight Club, but with an SCP Foundation twist. But before he could set his plan into motion, he needed to run it by the most logical person he could think of. "Dr. Gears!" he called, knocking on the man's office door. "I'm busy, Jack. What is it?" Dr. Gears looked up from the stack of paperwork in front of him. "I've been thinking, what if I started a fight club of my own here at the Foundation?" Dr. Gears sighed heavily. "That is the worst idea I've heard all week. And yesterday you asked if we could leash train SCP-682. You sure? I thought it would be a really cool idea." "No, it's terrible. Don't do it. Could you shut the door when you leave?" Dr. Gears took a large sip of black coffee and turned back to his paperwork without another word. Dr. Bright was a little disappointed that Dr. Gears wasn't on board with his amazing plan. But hey, in this world, some people are true visionaries, and others just can't wrap their minds around innovative new ideas. It would have been nice to have a numbers guy to help with the basic ins and outs of running a fight club, but like all his best ideas, it seemed that he would just have to handle everything himself. Gears would thank him later when he saw firsthand how completely awesome it was to pack a room full of anomalies and make them fight each other. So now that he was resigned to his role as a maverick, setting out on this grand venture alone, it was time to recruit the best anomalies he could find and assemble the ultimate dream team. First, he would need a referee, someone to keep the competitors in line and make sure they didn't break any of his rules. Of course, he'd also have to come up with more than 2 rules first, but he'd cross that bridge when he got to it. That was Future Jack's problem. For now, who would be impartial enough, fair, and balanced enough to keep everyone on their best behavior? A proverbial light bulb went off over Dr. Bright's head, and he knew just who to ask. SCP-343, also known as God, was sitting in the canteen and enjoying a grilled cheese sandwich when he turned to see Dr. Bright looking at him with a kind of beaming grin that said, "I need a favor."
"Oh, hello, Jack. What can I do for you?"
343 asked. Dr. Bright gave him the pitch, including a few visual aids in the form of posters he had hastily drawn depicting various SCP battles he hoped to see take place. On the final poster, he had drawn a depiction of SCP-343 wearing a striped uniform and holding a whistle, keeping the peace in the ring. "So, what do you think?" Dr. Bright asked.
"You're going to go through with this whether I agree to help or not, aren't you?"
God sighed. Dr. Bright nodded enthusiastically.
"All right. I'll participate. I don't have anything else going on today."
With the referee officially on board, Dr. Bright set out to find his next recruit. He popped into SCP-049's containment cell, where the Plague Doctor was working on reanimating a cow's heart.
"Good day, Dr. Bright."
The Plague Doctor greeted him cheerfully.
"You look to be in good health."
Dr. Bright explained the Fight Club concept to him and asked if he would like to join. The Plague Doctor shook his head.
"I'm afraid not, my friend. As a physician, I took an oath to do no harm, and to participate in such a club would be a violation of my life's mission. However, should you require a doctor to treat any injuries incurred during your club's activities, I would be delighted to offer you my services."
Dr. Bright was a bit disappointed that he wouldn't get to see the Plague Doctor bring his deadly touch into a combat scenario, but he understood. He accepted the doctor's offer and moved on to the next potential member on his list. He found SCP-999, the tickle monster, resting in its pen after a hearty meal of chocolate pudding and candied strawberries. It cooed delightedly at the sight of him, oozing over to nuzzle his leg and give him a big hug. He immediately felt his mood lift, and it gave him the extra boost he knew he'd need to see this plan through to the end. He did his best to explain the notion of a fight club to the slimy little friend, but he couldn't be sure if the slime creature actually understood or not. Either way, it was excited about the attention and would be following Dr. Bright around for the rest of the day. Worst case scenario, he supposed it could provide a necessary morale boost to any combatants that needed it. He didn't have great luck recruiting his first two ideas, so Dr. Bright decided to switch gears a bit. Instead of talking to anomalies with complex relationships to violence, or even an aversion to it altogether, he would reach out to a creature that hated absolutely everything in the world except for violence. SCP-682 was in its acid bath, doing what it did every single day, seething with rage against all living things. "Hey there, you big, beautiful lizard," Dr. Bright called as he opened the door to the monster's cell. Before the creature could say a single word, he launched into his pitch. "You like fighting, don't you? Well, have I got an offer for you." When he finished, he waited for 682's response.
Disgusting,
it hissed. "So I'll put you down as a maybe then." The creature snapped its jaws at him in response, and he took that as his cue to leave. It would be enough for anyone else to get discouraged, but once Dr. Bright had an idea, he stuck to it. At least until something better came along. But until he thought of a more entertaining plan, he was all in on the SCP Fight Club. Thankfully, his next batch of potential members were a lot more receptive to the idea. SCP-082 gave Dr. Bright an unsettlingly enormous smile at the invitation, exclaiming,
perfect! I was once a heavyweight champion fighter, you know. Yes, I won many trophies over the years. I was the very best in the sport. Perhaps you've heard of me, John Sullivan, the Boston Strong Boy.
"I thought your name was Fernand," Dr. Bright asked.
That too!
After ringing SCP-662, the butler's handbell, the attached proper English butler immediately manifested, ready to attend to any task. "Yes, sir." Mr. Deed stood at attention. "I need you to participate in a very special club," Dr. Bright began. It was an offer he quite literally couldn't refuse. SCP-847, the mannequin, was extremely receptive to the idea. At least, Dr. Bright was pretty sure she was. She mostly responded with a series of wordless shrieks and jerky movements, but she seemed plenty ready for a good brawl. SCP-2273 was a bit reluctant at first, insisting that combat is not a game, and you can't fathom the things I've seen on the battlefield. The men I held in my arms as they drew their last breath. But after a bit of a spirited debate, and the promise that all the fighting would be relatively lighthearted and not at all like his time at war, Alexei Belatrov finally agreed to join in on the fun.
Are we speaking of a bout of fisticuffs?
A jaunty voice rang out. Dr. Bright turned to look for the source of the sound, and the voice shouted,
Wait a moment there, old boy, you're about to step on me!
He looked down and found the person the voice belonged to, a brightly colored sea slug sliming his way across the floor. "Oh, Lord Blackwood, you want to join my fight club?" Dr. Bright asked.
Indeed, it would be my pleasure. I was a member of many a private gentleman's club in my day, and I find nothing keeps the blood pumping and the body in tip-top shape like a round of boxing. I confess I've been neglecting my fitness as of late, and this would be just the shake-up that my routine demands. Thank you for your invitation.
Dr. Bright wasn't exactly sure how SCP-1867 would be able to throw a punch when he didn't have arms, but he wasn't about to question it. Never look a gift slug in the mouth, as they say. So far, he had a giant cannibal, a super soldier from another universe, a living mannequin, and a very dapper sea slug. What's next? Before he even had a chance to check his list, Dr. Bright heard a robotic voice coming from down the hall. "It is I, Punchbot 5000, the ultimate fighting robot!" Now that was a perfect candidate if there ever was one. He rounded the corner and found SCP-1370 there, lying on its back, kicking its legs uselessly as it tried to climb back onto its feet. "I have got the perfect place for you to work out that fighting spirit, Punchbot." He extended a hand to help the robot up, and it slapped the hand away. "Don't help me. I can do it myself," it insisted, and continued to struggle for several more minutes before it finally managed to climb back to an upright position. So, with Pesterbot on board, Dr. Bright could really see his vision taking shape before his eyes. He followed the humming sound of a giant sun lamp to the modified humanoid containment chamber that housed the hero no one was looking for, but the hero Dr. Bright truly needed and believed he deserved. SCP-2800 sat inside, curled up in the fetal position beneath the glow of his lamp, soaking in the rays. Excuse me, I'm looking for Cactus Man? The Spiked Menace?" Dr. Bright knocked on the door.
SCP-2800 sprang into action, scrambling to his feet at the mention of his self-given heroic moniker. "Afternoon, Doc!" Cactus Man rushed to the door, opening it to let Dr. Bright in. "Looking for someone to help you crack a case? Take down some criminals, bust some baddies? I'm the man for the job. The Cactus Man, that is." SCP-2800 kept talking, but Dr. Bright didn't really listen to what he was saying. All he was thinking about was how amazing it would be to see those spikes in action in a bare-knuckled brawl. Luckily, Cactus Man was so starved for something to do, for any way he could feel useful, that he jumped at the chance to join in on the fun. Now, Dr. Bright had really enjoyed watching the small portion of Fight Club that he had seen before he got bored, but there was one thing he didn't like about the club featured in the movie. It was all male. That didn't seem fair to him. Why shouldn't women get a chance to fight too? He was nothing if not a feminist. Hell, thanks to his body-swapping necklace, he'd actually been a woman many times. So he decided to seek out a few more female anomalies to recruit. He tossed some beef jerky to the dogs outside of SCP-953's containment cell to calm them down and distract them from his intrusion. Inside, the polymorphic humanoid was sitting quietly, reading a book and sipping a glass of plum wine. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you." Dr. Bright spoke politely, remembering that the last person to be rude to the shape-shifting woman wound up with his insides on the outside. "I was wondering if you might like to join me for some violence? I know it's one of your favorite things." Silently, deliberately, she closed the book, finished her drink, and gave him a sharp, toothy smile as her fluffy foxtail stood on end with excitement. Next, Dr. Bright plugged his nose to avoid the swampy smell of SCP-811's enclosure, where she lounged in the water humming a little song to herself. She was more than happy to come with Dr. Bright, especially when he offered her a tasty snack in the form of a whole live chicken. She was a very food-motivated gal, and he could respect that. He knew he would get in trouble for this next pick in his lineup, but Dr. Bright couldn't resist bringing SCP-029, the Daughter of Shadows, into the fold. Notable for her extreme hostility and penchant for strangling people to death, he couldn't wait to watch her in action up against some of his other members. Dr. Bright was finally ready to put his Fight Club into action, and he herded his merry band of miscreants towards the break room to get started. But wait, he was forgetting something. How could he have been so foolish? They would be perfect. Quickly, he sprinted over to SCP-056's containment room and opened the door. He already knew what form it would take on before he even saw it, but he was still delighted at the vision that awaited him inside. SCP-056 had transformed into the shape of Brad Pitt as Tyler Durden in the movie Fight Club. A perfect, handsome fighting specimen, ready for action. "Would you do me the honor of joining my—" "Of course, you pathetic little worm." SCP-056 didn't let Dr. Bright even finish his question. "This is my time to shine, out of my way." It swept past him and out the door, walking toward the break room with the confidence of a champion. Finally, it was time. Dr. Bright dimmed the lights in the break room, moved all the furniture off the floor, and prepared for the bloodshed to begin. He clapped his hands together delightedly, taking in the sight of his brand new, completely perfect, unofficial SCP Foundation Fight Club. "Listen up, everyone," he began. "The rules. Don't talk about Bright Club. No weapons, just fists or whatever limbs you might have, if you don't have hands. If your opponent taps out or goes limp, fight is over. And if it's your first night here, which is the case for literally everyone in the room right now, you have to fight. Okay, who's up first?" Before he could so much as select a pair of fighters to step into the center of the room, the polymorphic humanoid was lunging at SCP-056 with a shriek, fangs barred and claws out. She struck the beautiful figure, still in the shape of 1990s Brad Pitt, and though the beautiful person held their own, they were unable to stop the Foxwoman from beating the living hell out of their face. "I've had enough of this!" SCP-056 stumbled to their feet, gave a haughty huff, and ran from the room. The polymorphic humanoid wiped some blood from her beautiful face and, feeling the eyes of the room on her, shrugged. "I felt like destroying something beautiful." "Okay!" Dr. Bright laughed nervously. "Who's up next?" The Daughter of Shadows was already strangling Cactus Man, who was fighting back by poking her with his spikes defensively. "Okay, that's not really in the spirit of the game. A little help here?" He looked over to God, who snapped his fingers and teleported the two offending fighters back to their respective containment cells. In spite of his best efforts, this was not quite going to plan. Who would have thought that putting a bunch of anomalous creatures in a room together and telling them to fight would be a bad idea? Absolutely no one could have foreseen this.
Tally-ho, who's up for a round in the ring with Lord Theodore Blackwood?
The slug slid into the center of the room, waiting for a worthy opponent. Silence fell over the room. No one seemed interested in facing off against such a diminutive fighter.
Come on now, get your dukes up, old chaps!
The swamp woman licked her lips, salivating a bit at the sight of the slug, but no one made a move to engage him. Dr. Bright had to do something, anything, to get the energy back in the room. In a stroke of inspiration, he shoved SCP-2440, the immortal Hitler clone, into the center of the room.
Who wants to hit this guy, huh?
Immediately, every anomaly in the room descended on the man, punching and hitting his mustache face with everything they had. Now this was more like it.
I did say the fight should be one-on-one, but what the hell, this is great!
Suddenly, the door to the break room flew off its hinges with a crash as someone kicked it open.
What is this?
A voice boomed. Dr. Bright turned, and his stomach dropped at the sight of SCP-076-2 Abel entering the room wearing a menacing scowl.
Engaging in acts of brutality without me? Fighting without me?
He turned his steely gaze onto the doctor, who swallowed a lump of pure terror in his throat. He hadn't seen Abel much since, well, he reflexively covered the amulet around his neck, thinking of the fateful day that his consciousness was sealed inside and his old body was destroyed. Abel brandished his bladed weapon with a bellowing war cry.
I have come to fight you all!
Actually, it's a no-weapon situation in here, Dr. Bright started to say, but one look from Abel shut him up. Never mind, it's fine, do your thing. Abel began swinging his blade wildly, slicing massive gashes into the walls of the room and chopping the microwave clean in half. Watching the chaos unfold around him, God rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
This doesn't seem great.
The entire room was a blur of motion, of screams and growls and grunts of efforts as everyone inside descended into a flurry of uncontrollable violence. Abel cackled wildly as he chopped off Pesterbot's head, holding it up above him in a show of vicious glee. Dr. Bright collapsed to his knees as he watched it all, powerless to stop a thing. How was he supposed to know that starting a fight club would lead to an all-out whirlwind of unstoppable discord and violence, that he was creating a monster he could never hope to quell? It's not like this happened in the movie. This whole project had ended up in absolute mayhem. Suddenly, the chaos was broken up as a group of armored Mobile Task Force operatives rushed into the room, pulling everyone apart and dragging them back to their respective containment cells. He recognized their uniforms as belonging to members of the elite Mobile Task Force, the Red Right Hand. They cuffed Dr. Bright, the indignity, and brought him before the O5 Council for judgment.
You absolute cretin. You tiny-minded little imbecile, O5-1 sneered. I'd ask what you were thinking, but I already know the answer. You weren't.
What are you gonna do to me? Dr. Bright cowered before the power of the council. Something that truly fits the crime. O5-1 smirked. Your movie privileges have been officially revoked until further notice. Now go check out SCP Edition Weirdest Things on Amazon, Dr. Bright's great idea, and hilarious list of things Dr. Bright is not allowed to do for more wacky and wonderful incidents from Dr. Bright.